Hello, good morning. Welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast, 5th day into the second half of the new year, July 5, 2022. How has your night been? Are you enjoying those light showers? Or when the rains fall, then it's the beginning of wahala for you? Whatever it is, we thank God for life. Good morning, welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast, and we do it like this, nice and hot, every day of the week, 5:55 to 10 a.m. What's some awards coming up? Is that on show?
Yes, the Pelt Awards, and it is state-owned institutions who have to grab these awards. A list is out. GBC ranked number 19th, so we can confidently say we are in the top 20. So we are very proud of ourselves. But some awards are coming up, and the Minister in charge of Public Enterprises will be on the seat today to make the case for how these state-owned enterprises manage to get their names on the list. That's the conversation I'll be having. Of course, we'll look into the topical issues of the day, and I bet the IMF situation has not died down any.
At all. The IMF Facebook page has been hijacked by fellow Ghanaians like you and me, making all kinds of recommendations for the people who will be meeting our government team.
But the people are coming here.
Yes, on
so
Wednesday.
We are not going there.
They've made recommendations for people to look out for and not to give you guys, Ghanaians. You're great. Love it. Good feedback from the people of Ghana, because a lot of people are not happy really, and they're using the jokes and the humor to mask their unhappiness. So that's something you want to keep up. What's going on your side?
On one side, I'm talking to somebody who has influenced the entertainment industry for over 2 decades. His name has something to do with Juju. I'll be giving you the full name during the bulletin. But Kojo Oponkroma is top in the trends on Twitter. Do you know why he's trending? Share with us on our hashtag GTV Breakfast, also on our WhatsApp 055-5561034. Also, we'll be looking at traffic situations in parts of the country. And so that's what to look forward to from my side of the breakfast table.
Ghanaian teenagers cheating in football. More at 7 o'clock in the sports news with Maltiti Saida Sadiq. And speaking of Maltiti, here she comes with a hot, steaming serving of breakfast news. Only how you get it right here on GTV Breakfast. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Comment on anything you hear or you see on your screens. Here comes the breakfast news. Good morning once again, and welcome to GTV Breakfast.
We're coming to you live from Studio 1 here at the Broadcasting House, GBC Kanda. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. This is GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. Our stories that are making headlines this morning: state prosecutors close case in ongoing trial against alleged 10 coup plotters. Also, 4 GBC journalists on it. Also be looking at 4 teacher unions declare strike action on international front. Sierra Leonean government makes move to decriminalize abortion, and some drug smuggling drones have been seized in Spain as well. Start off with Ghana going to the IMF. Now, a delegation for the International Monetary Fund, IMF, are expected in Accra today to commence in-person discussion with the government of Ghana for a financial bailout. This follows a directive from the President to the Finance Ministry to commence engagement with the IMF. The engagement with the IMF will seek to provide balance of payment support as part of a broader effort to quicken Ghana's build back in the face of challenges induced by the COVID-19 pandemic and recently the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Ghana heads back to the IMF just over 3 years after exiting the program in December 2018. Ghanaians in recent months have been feeling the pinch of record inflation and the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war amid cuts in government spending to avoid a full-blown debt crisis. Now, 4 teacher unions have declared an indefinite nationwide strike over demands for the payment of the cost of living allowance. The unions comprising the Ghana National Association of Teachers (NAT), the National Association of Graduate Teachers (NAGRAT), the Teachers and Educational Workers Union (TEWU), and the Coalition of Concerned Teachers Ghana (CCT) are demanding that the 20% of their basic salary be paid to them. They have blamed their industrial action on government's failure to pay the COLA, which they argue could have helped to mitigate the impact of the rising cost of living. But after a June 30 deadline was exhausted, the workers have withdrawn their services both in and outside the classroom. Speaking at a joint press conference, the General Secretary of NAT, Thomas Musa, stated that all their calls on government for appropriate action have fallen on deaf ears. The unions say they can no longer bear the hardship. Even more so, they reject the inequality of salaries in the public services of this country. They said they've been compelled under the current circumstances to publicly communicate to Ghanaians on their intention to go on strike, having gone past the June 30, 2022 deadline that they gave government for the payment of the cost of living allowance. Quotes, consequently, we have decided to embark on a strike action effective today, Tuesday, July 5th, 2022, and by this we're informing the general public that we are withdrawing all our services in all the pre-tertiary education space. This includes teaching and non-teaching staff, unquote. Meanwhile, the Employment and Labour Relations Ministry says it has invited the leadership of the teacher unions to a meeting over their demands. Let's go to court, where state prosecutors trying 10 accused persons for their alleged involvement in a plot to destabilize government have closed their case after calling 14 witnesses. The prosecution team ended their case after Chief Inspector Michael Nkrumah, the investigator in the matter, ended his cross-examination by defense lawyers. Meanwhile, the court is adjourned to July 25, 2022 for a ruling on whether each of the accused persons will have a case to answer or not.
On Monday afternoon, the Director of Public Prosecution, Mrs. Yvonne Atokora Obuobisa, announced to the trial court that prosecution wished to close its case moments after Mr. Anthony Latte, counsel for Yohane Zikpi, the fourth accused person, ended his cross-examination of the case investigator, Chief Inspector Michael Nkrumah. The Chief Executive Officer of Citadel Hospital, Frederick Yao McPalm, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Dr. Benjamin Agojo, and 8 others have all been charged. Dr. McPalm and 7 others, including WO2 Esther San, have pleaded not guilty to conspiracy and high treason, while ACP Dr. Agojo and Colonel Kojo Gameli have each denied the charge of abatement. They have been admitted to bail and are standing trial. A panel of 3 justices of the Economic and Financial Court Division of the High Court in Accra, presided over by Justice Ifiasewa Asari Botwe, directed the defense lawyers to file their submission of no case to answer, if any. The court further ordered the parties to file any submission they intend to file by July 12. The court subsequently fixed July 25, 2022 to rule on the submission of no case to answer. According to the court, should there be a decision that there is no case to answer, there will be no case. But in the event that any of the accused persons has a case to answer, the court will hold a case management.
Let's stay in court, where the Criminal Division of the Accra High Court has ordered William Barr and 13 others who are standing trial for the alleged murder of Major Maxwell Mahama to mount their defense to the charges leveled against them. Now, the Assemblyman for Venture Boise, Mr. Barr, and the others filed a motion for submission of no case after the prosecution closed its case on May 16, 2022, after calling 14 witnesses. While William Barr had pleaded not guilty to the charge of abetment, the others have denied their respective charges of conspiracy and murder.
Ruling on the submission of no case to answer on Monday, July 4, Justice Mariam Owusu, a justice of the Supreme Court sitting with an additional responsibility as a High Court judge, said A prima facie case has been established by the prosecution. The accused, charged with a murder, intentionally caused harm to the deceased military officer, Major Maxwell Mahama, without any hesitation. The court held that per the foregoing, the prosecution has made a prima facie case against the accused person. Consequently, the court overruled the motion of submission of no case and ordered the accused persons to open their defense. The late Major Mahama, the military officer who had been detailed to Dentro Boise in the Central Region for an assignment, was allegedly attacked and killed by a group of youth from the town on the morning of May 29, 2017, when he was on a walk through the town. According to information, his alleged killers claimed to have mistaken him for an armed robber because he had a gun strapped to his waist. The first accused person, William Ba, the assemblyman for Dentro Boise, and some 13 others have been charged for murder and abetment. They have all pleaded not guilty to the charges and are standing trial. The case has been adjourned to July 18, 2022, where the first accused, William Ba, is expected to open his defense.
Let's go to Sunyani, where the Ghana Armed Forces has inaugurated a 220 capacity accommodation for young soldiers of the 154 Armored Regiment of the 3rd Garrison in Sunyani. The Chief of Defence Staff, Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, charged the officers to remain vigilant to counter threats of terrorism in the country.
Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces was at the 3rd Garrison to inspect ongoing projects. He inspected at various stages of completion and facilities at the Armored Training School. He also spent time with wives of the soldiers engaged in skills training, including soap and bead making, among others. In the company of the commander of the 3rd Battalion of Infantry, the commander of the 154 Armored Regiment, and the commander of the Armored Training School, the Chief of Defence Staff inaugurated the accommodation block for young soldiers. Vice Admiral Seth Amwama said, as they wait on the government to address the infrastructural challenges, the Ghana Armed Forces is doing its best to meet the needs of soldiers. On terrorism, the CDS urged the officers to be vigilant.
The nature of the contemporary threat that confront our country requires a concerted and holistic focus all to ensure that we prevail and surmount this challenge. Let us therefore be extra vigilant and observe security in and around our barracks and also at various key and vulnerable points at all times.
The Chief of Army Staff, Major General Thomas Opon-Pepra, said other projects initiated by the Army are ongoing in barracks across the country.
From Sinyan, let's go to Bolgatanga in the Upper East region, where Professor Samuel Rasmus Alna is formally in office as the first Vice-Chancellor of the Bolgatanga Technical University. The Governing Council held the investiture ceremony at the forecourt of the university in the Upper East region.
The engineering workshops and labs have an automotive section, a mechanical engineering section, a civil engineering section, and an electrical and electronic section. This adds up to a number of workshops and equipment installed at some technical universities nationwide. The Upper East Regional Minister, Mr. Stephen Yakubu, was confident the facility will inure to the benefit of the students.
We've been practicing something that we are not developing enough, and Anado's government, MPP's government, is thinking outside the box to propel this, our beloved country, to grow faster.
A retired educationist and former rector of the school, Mr. Robert Ajening, was happy that the facility will motivate the youth to learn employable skills.
Today, the Bolga Technical University is a public serving university that is going to make a difference like before.
Some students who spoke to GBC News thanked the government for the facility and promised to make good use of it.
As a technical institution, you should be equipped with technical skills that if you come out in the society, you should be able to use your hands to do something.
How can you do this in class and you understand? It's actually very appalling. And we have actually seen some of the machines, and we think they will actually help us to grow big in our department.
The expert engineer of AVIC International Holding Corporation, Mr. Xiao Shentao, said the company would offer technical support to the school for more years to come.
Let's talk about media houses that are trailblazing and shocking achievements for employees of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation GBC have been honored at the MEC Foundation Media and Fashion Recognition Awards in Accra with stories on breaking the stigma and discrimination against infertility, COVID-19. Clara Mlano, Ekwaferiwa Dako, Mavis Afei Champong and Beatrice Senaju were applauded for their hard work and contribution in the media landscape. The Chief Executive of MEC Foundation, Dr. Rasha Kellage, called on African leaders to invest more in the education of girls and empowering women for the continent's rapid development.
Since 2019, MEC Foundation has awarded Ghanaian journalists and fashion designers who go the extra mile to create awareness on infertility. This is so because, like in many countries in Africa, there is a misconception about infertility, leading to a lot of stigma and discrimination against couples, particularly women who are unable to achieve a pregnancy. Infertility affects millions of people of reproductive age worldwide and has an impact on their families and communities. The awards are to ensure that the youth spread messages against fertility stigma as well as educate people on COVID-19 by separating myths from facts.
General public, I want them to start to say no to infertility stigma, respect women and girls' rights, human rights, sexual rights, reproductive rights, the right to have a good education like boys.
Some award winners spoke to GBC News.
I feel very proud to have won this award. Anyway, I would say that I really worked hard for it and then I had it. This award will propel me to do better or to do more as a journalist. This particular award was for the COVID marks up, but since we are still in the COVID, we haven't gone out of the woods yet. I think we'll do more of COVID stories to educate people that we haven't gone out of the woods, so we should still max up.
It was a tough period. I know that people didn't want to venture or come out to risk their life to do such stories because we already know how it will turn out. But I call it a risk. I think that the Lord gave me that boldness to step out and do the stories just to educate people. So I put my life on the line to be that voice for the public, and I think it turned out well.
I decided to do a story on infertility by using a lady who told me her story, and out of that I know that a lot of people who didn't know about how people the process in taking in a seed got to know, and I am so humbled and elated that I have been awarded by MEC Foundation.
The occasion was also used to launch the Our Africa television program, as well as the MEC Foundation's Diabetes Awareness Song, put together by Ghanaian gospel musician Kwesi Oting.
Congratulations to our ladies hoisting the flag of GBC high. Let's move to some rather unfortunate incidents where 5 persons sustained some injuries when the Kia Bongo truck they were traveling on got involved in an accident at Aprede in Ikuapem North District in the Eastern Region. The injured, reported to be in critical condition, were traveling from Koforidua heading towards Apegusu in the Sojaman District in the Eastern Region.
The truck, with registration number GE 7936Y, was loaded with furniture and foodstuff. Also on board were 5 persons, including the driver. The truck, which was heading towards Apegusu from Koforidua, had a brake failure while descending the mountain. It veered off the road and hit a tree. The driver was injured in the right leg. 4 passengers on board also sustained injuries. Some passengers by helped to send the victims to a nearby hospital before the arrival of the National Fire Service rescue team. The injured driver, who was trapped in a car, was finally extricated by the fire service team and sent to the hospital.
Let's go to the international front, where Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada Bio has announced that his government has unanimously backed a bill that would decriminalize abortion in the country. According to the presidency, Parliament will debate and vote on the risk-free motherhood bill.
President Julius Maada was speaking at the 10th Africa Conference on Sexual Health and Rights, which took place in Freetown. Sierra Leone's current abortion law dates back to 1861. It allows the procedure only if the mother's life should be at risk. In 2015, Parliament adopted a law entitled the Safe Abortion Act, when then President Ernest Bai Koroma refused to sign it, saying it should be put to a referendum. In 2017, the UN Population Fund reported that in Sierra Leone, 1,120 mothers per 100,000 births in the country died from direct and indirect causes related to pregnancy and childbirth. Health authorities estimate that abortion caused around 10% of maternal deaths in Sierra Leone.
Now, Sri Lanka's energy minister has issued a stark warning over the country's fuel stocks as it faces its worst economic crisis in more than 70 years. Mr. Kanchana Wijay Sekera said the nation only had enough petrol left for less than a day under regular demand. He also said its next petrol shipment was not due for more than 2 weeks.
Last week, Sri Lanka suspended sales of petrol and diesel for non-essential vehicles as it struggles to pay for imports like fuel, food and medicines. Energy Minister said the country had 12,774 tons of diesel and 4,061 tons of petrol left in its reserves. A shipment of diesel is expected to arrive at the weekend. However, the minister warned that the country does not have enough money to pay for plant fuel and crude oil imports. He said Sri Lanka's central bank could only supply $125 million for fuel purchases, far less than the $587 million needed for its scheduled shipments. The energy minister added that the country owed $800 million to 7 suppliers for purchases it made earlier this week. Last week, Sri Lanka banned sales of fuel for private vehicles for 2 weeks. Experts believe it is the first country to take the drastic step of halting sales of petrol to ordinary people since the 1970s oil crisis, when fuel was rationed in the US and Europe.
Let's go to Spain, where Spanish police say they have seized 6 underwater drones built to smuggle large amounts of illicit drugs remotely from Morocco. They say the unmanned submarines, each capable of carrying 200 kilograms, had more than enough ring to cover the 15-kilometer journey across the Straits of Gibraltar. They said trafficking gangs were supplying drugs to criminals in France, Denmark, Italy, as well as Spain. 8 people were arrested in the police operation in Barcelona and in the southern provinces of Malaga and Cadiz. Take our weather reporter, our favorite forecaster, is on the phone lines. Felicity Hafionyo joins us. Hello, good morning, Felicity. Today is Tuesday. I am hearing some showers even though I'm in the studio. How is the weather looking like? Is it light showers or some heavy rain?
We are expecting light to moderate showers today.
Okay. Please go ahead with the forecast.
Thank you very much. This morning, we are expecting cloudy weather over most portions of the country. We are expecting the temperatures to also be on the low side in the afternoon. We are expecting it to range between 28 to 31 over the coast, especially those of us over the western coast will have 28 degrees Celsius. Those of us over eastern region, east coast, Greater Accra and parts of Volta region, we will have 30, 31 degrees Celsius in terms of temperature. For the hinterland, those of us over Kumasi, Achim, Danko, Foridua will have 31. Northern sector Accra, Navrongo will have between 32 and 34. The state of the sea is also expected to still be rough, and we are expecting the fisher folks to do their activities with caution. The Volta Lake this morning is not pretty cool for fishing activities because we have a storm that is drifting in. It's going to induce cloudiness with a possibility of isolated to scattered cases of thunderstorms over places, of which Greater Accra will also have a share as we are expecting slight to moderate rain showers out of the system. For the night, it's going to be cloudy over the south, but then partly cloudy over the northern sector. So this is how we're expecting the Tuesday to be like weather-wise.
Right, thank you so much, Felicity Ahafianyo. For a rundown on how the weather will look like, as you heard, the showers will be moderate, but just be cautious. Take your umbrella to work. Some of you who have not left home yet, I know you take us to work on your phones, watching us on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's page on Facebook. But that's it for the news at 6 a.m. with me, Maltiti Saida Sadiq. The show is packed. Kaf is standing by. He'll be up next with the next segment on the show. We are live on DSTV channel 278. Leave us your thoughts and comments on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Stay with us.
When was the last time you put your hand in your pockets and you found money? That thing used to happen a lot back then, you know. And recently it happened to me and I was so shocked and I was so happy as well because Charlie, around that time I was flat, down flat. And then you take money out. Yeah, good money too. So yeah, I just want to know, when was the last time you found money in your pocket? Like these days we're all walking around with money on our phones. So you can't even tip people with some 5 or some 10 Ghana cedis. But to find money in your pocket when you're about to wash, it's one of the blessings of life. Let me know, 055-556-1034. You're watching GTV Breakfast, the conversations on awards and very interesting things that you want to stay with us for. Fantiman Juju is going to be here in the last half hour of the show. But for now, we want to just show you a bridge that our colleague Jay Gabra encountered a couple of days back, and exactly how, just watch the bridge.
We are still here in Atadeka, and you remember last year we brought you a report concerning this bridge which was deteriorated. Unfortunately, we heard the day we did the report, the next day it rained and there was a little schoolgirl who was passing here on her way to school who drowned. Now you can see that now that we're back here again, the situation is much worse. It's like the bridge is now completely cut off. If you look on the road, I don't know what kind of vehicles are able to use it, but I've seen a few Okada riders pass here on their way to town. And the situation is much worse than was last year. I understand when they were doing the main road that links to New York and Washington, I just wanted you to see that there's a vehicle here which is also attempting to use the bridge. So it's still very much in use by commuters, but it's a dangerous situation for them. And the community is also plagued by a number of deplorable roads such as this. I understand when we're doing the main road that links the community to New York and Washington, the contractor took these concrete slabs from that side and came to dump them over here. That is what is not helping the situation over here. You see this house over here. I understand when it rains, because the drainage system is blocked by these concrete slabs, the water doesn't find its way towards the bridge. When it overflows like that, it just enters the building. So you realize that even though he has lifted the building to a certain level, when there's a flood situation, it still enters the building. These are the kind of struggles and challenges the residents face, that they are lamenting the situation. They are asking their MC, speaking to their member of parliament to come to their aid as quickly as possible. Where I am presently, you notice I am basically at the bedrock of the road. You can see the foundations of it. This one aspect of Atadeka. This is a bridge that allows people to connect who want to avoid traffic on the main road. You can use this side, avoid, so perhaps you are going towards New York and Washington, you are going towards Abichele, you can use this side and it becomes a shortcut for you, so it makes it easier for you to get to your destination. But unfortunately, owing to the bad nature and deplorable nature of the roads, you can't afford to use this side as consistently as possible. So what happens is the main road is quite choked. And you can see from the footage we showed you so far, even that side has its own problems. Let's now try and speak to some residents who are in the area and find out how they feel living in a situation such as this one.
I've been here since the year 2000. The situation is too bad. It goes into people's houses. And the road, look at how the road is. Nobody, when rainfall, car can never pass here. We are suffering. We have reported these cases for a very long time. Everybody who is concerned will come, but we have seen nothing. There's a school here, New Valley, there's another one here, there is another, so many schools, more than 5 or 6 schools. When rainfall, the school children can never pass by. Everybody is stranded. We are appealing to the government and the authorities who is concerned to come to our aid. These people here have been trying. Every time they will use their own pocket money and repair it, but it can't. Whatever they do after that, 2-3 days, you will see it, that the rain will come and destroy it. This gutter linked to the Atadeka station. So after constructing the gutter, they were to extend this bridge, and they didn't, and they left it and went away. So when the water from that side comes, it can't go through the culverts. It's too small for the water to pass. So the water have to branch into people's houses. We, those who are nearer to the road, this very on my right hand side and my left hand side, the water will spread everywhere.
Yeah, but I understand they did the gutters back in 2016, 2015 thereabout, and that's how long this one.
This gutter have been constructed about that was last year, and for him to expand it, he just ended there. Any car can pass here apart from a motorbike. You yourself, you can see, how can a car pass here? Car can never pass. So when somebody is sick this site, unless a motorbike, you can't use car. There's no any ambulance that can pass here and help that person. You see, so we are suffering. Or if there's a fire breakout right now, fire service cannot enter this site because there's no way. You see.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot. We are suffering. There's a lot of problems around this area. So we are pleading. We are pleading for the authorities to come to our aid, to come and help us, to just to construct, even if they are being able to make 1 or 2 gutters, apart from this gutter and these 2 culverts, it may help.
So this has been
Yeah, I was just enjoying some oats before you guys came and surprised all of us. But welcome to the show. Good to have you here. How is the rain treating you where you are? For me, the rain started at the wrong time, just when I was getting up. It should have come around 1, but hey. Let us know what's on your mind this morning. 054-366-4264. 054-366-4264. Talk about anything that's on your mind this morning. The rain, the IMF, the cathedral project, whatever. You talk about it. I want to hear from you. The teachers who are going on strike because of COLA, cost of living allowance. 4 teacher unions have decided to lay down their tools and protest. Is the timing correct? Especially when the IMF folks are landing today to come and talk about how to support us. We'd like to hear from you. 054-366-4264. That's the number. It's on your screen right now. Ladies, what's up?
Cool.
Anything on your mind that you want to talk about? It doesn't have to be anything I spoke about, but anything that's close to your heart that you want to talk about.
Val, you want to go first?
Yes. Yesterday I was asking the question. I mean, this IMF beef has been going on and on and on, and everybody keeps saying that everything is caused by the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay, I want to know. I just want to explain to me how the Russian-Ukrainian war is stopping the food from the hinterlands getting to us here in Accra, because the roads have been cut off because some bridge isn't working or there's flooding. And it takes 3 days to get down to the capital, and when it gets here, it's spoiled. So all these things.
You want the links?
Yes. How is this connected to the Russian-Ukrainian war?
Right.
I just need answers.
Some good education on how all these things are happening.
I just need answers.
Okay,
So from my conversation with the panel yesterday, Professor Lord Mensah, Honorable Joseph Kujo, and then Kasatu Forcing on the IMF, the plan to negotiate with the IMF. The impression that I picked was the global link.
Okay.
So everybody is linked to everybody else, and so what happens in one part of the world sort of spills over.
Let me hear from whoever's on the line right now to see what they have to say. Good morning. What's your name? Turn the volume of your TV to 0 and speak to me through the phone. Good morning. You're gone. Please come back and talk to us. So everything is connected.
So everything is connected, and we have, an agric sector that is also international. So we are exporting and also importing. Everything that we are importing that comes from Ukraine, obviously because of the situation in Mariupol. Mariupol is a port city, and it's one of the key targets for the Russian forces, because they know that if they can stop the ships from moving from Mariupol, no monies will come into Ukraine. And so it means that there's piles and piles of wheat that's packed on ships that's sitting in port in Mariupol that cannot move.
How much wheat do we eat in Ghana? How much wheat do we eat in Ghana?
I think because of bread, we do consume a fair amount.
All right, let's get on the lines right now and hear from a viewer. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from? And give me some volume. We need energy from you.
My name is Felix.
All right, man. Out to then. Nice one. What's on your mind, Felix?
I actually want to share my view on the current situations of the nation.
Go ahead, bro.
I just want to say, it's so sad that a country with all these resources, we are going through a situation like this. And when you think about the situation critically, it's like the only exit way we have is the don't go way, like the way Ronnie's went, and it's very sad. It's very sad though, but it's like the country actually needs a resetting. We don't have a system, actually. We don't have any system at all. We are not practicing democracy, neither are we practicing autocracy or whatever. It's like we are in a country where we have actually been confused by our failed leaders, because right now, the young ones that are coming up, they don't know what they're about. We don't have a culture, because our have been diluted with the foreign culture that you don't even understand. So it's like we've bought an iPhone, and I've actually decided to install an Android operation system on it. So the country is not running, and we need a reset, and I don't know how. We are just going, because the reset is like the way Ronnie's went, and we don't want to go on that lane again. So we are pleading with the leaders.
Okay.
We are pleading with them. They are making the country a hell. Now boys are taking hard decisions. Boys are doing dirty things just to eat. And it's very sad when you think about it. I just want to share this view, and also want to say big ups to you people for the good work that you people are doing.
Thank you. Before you go, Felix, who should press that reset button? If there's a reset, somebody has to press the button. Who should press that reset button?
That is, I don't even want us to go there because it's a hard way to go, because here's the case. It's a reset. That is what Rollins did, and we are back to the same place, or maybe even worse.
Okay.
Or even worse. So we are just pleading with the leaders. They should actually do something about this whole thing.
All right, Felix, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Felix from Takrady, asking the leaders to reason up and make things easier for the people. I was listening to Jay Gabra's report from Atadeka with the bridge and a little girl who lost her life because of a bad bridge. I mean, is that how cheap life is?
I mean, when we talk about the social infrastructure situation, at the risk of offending sensibilities and sensitivities, these are people like the rest of us, Ghanaians like the rest of us, humans like the rest of us, who have rights to certain basic amenities. So when you hear things like bridges or lack of bridges leading to such deaths, you know that it was a needless death. Where is the Metropolitan Assembly? Where's the District Assembly? Where's the Assemblyman? Where are the local government representatives in that area?
Lots of questions from Thelma, and hopefully we'll get some responses from you on the line right now. Good morning. Welcome to GTV. What's on your mind? Hello? Greetings. Hi.
Hello.
Greetings. Hello, how are you? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm from you. Hello?
I can hear you. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling Tola, calling from Asalbocho School Junction.
Thank you very much. What's on your mind, Tola?
I greet one of my boss, lawyer Bobia Samoa, and his wife and the children.
Akbar, go ahead.
Okay. One thing I'm identify is that Ghanaians, we are calling ourselves as an independent country, but we are not prepared our money like that. It's like our own product, you know, like it. Any product come from Asian country or European country that we like.
That's true.
How can we grow based on someone's culture, letting our culture? Now, when you enter any class, you have a 30 student ask them about agriculture. You may not get one of the youth or that class this going for agriculture. It's not good. Now, when you are working, they are paying you 20 million or 30 million every month. Your 60% of that money going for agriculture's food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what every country go into is agriculture. So our leaders and our teachers and our traditional leaders have to our youth, because every country live of the youth, because the future belongs to the youth. So
all right.
If you are not preparing the youth to know about agriculture, to know about our system, we are allowing it to ourselves, because the white people will be using it.
Okay, Tola, I get your point. Well, thank you so much. So the summary is less faffing around, more farming. That's Tola calling us from Asalebocho. Yeah, I guess so. We've got to feel. I mean, I put a question out on Facebook. Hey, where can I get the best Gary in Ghana? I got over 400 comments. And yesterday, somebody tracked me down and brought me some nice Gary, cocotte flour, smooth Gary, crunchy Gary.
Putting their money where their mouth
is. Which has nothing to do with Ukraine wheat. I mean, this is Gary from Osino in the eastern region.
Because they are growing cassava.
His wife is doing that business.
And he makes when he says that we have to love what belongs to us, because all of us have acquired taste. I mean, if I put brown rice here right now, will you have that? Probably not. Valerie probably wouldn't.
If it's watching.
if it's brown. Yeah. But you see, the acquired taste that we've developed for long grain, perfumed,
and
all
these
these kinds of rice. I mean, that's what has brought us where we are. If we all just ate what was grown in Ghana, perhaps we can reduce the dependence on the things that we import.
Guess what? Not everything we grow here. Actually, there's a couple of, maybe a month ago, there's a report. I'll look for it. There was brain drain, not brain drain, grain drain.
Grain drain. So the grain is leaving Ghana.
Exactly.
Okay.
Through unapproved routes into Togo, Burkina Faso, and our farmers here are growing it. And even before they harvest it, okay? No,
people come for
they come for it. Yes, and that's because they can't transport it to the capital. Guess what? Because the roads are bad.
So it's easier for them to access the neighboring countries. Exactly. Just like when we did GBC a while back, we did that documentary on those areas in Ghana who do not even get TV signals from Ghana. So whatever the information is on TV, whatever we are doing here this morning, they are not getting it.
Somebody has got our TV signal and is on the line right now. Let's see whether we can speak to that person. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Greetings. Where are you calling from?
My name is Elvis and I'm calling from Ashalibochi.
Elvis Ashalibochi. What's on your mind this morning? What do you want to rant about?
My brother, it is pathetic. It is dissatisfacting. And I don't even know what to say. We are all blaming our leaders, but the reality on the ground is it comes down to all of us.
Elvis, please drop the volume of your TV to 0 and then talk to us through the phone, yeah?
All right.
Nice. You can watch us and then talk to us through the phone. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So as I was saying, we can't count it all on our leaders. Okay? You and I have a part to play.
But they are in charge, Elvis. They are in charge.
Yes, they are in charge. They have ever been in charge. They will ever be in charge.
Yeah.
But there are places like in the French Revolution, which the leaders had to follow the followers.
Charlie, the French Revolution example is a crazy one. No, the followers cut off the heads of the leaders. We shouldn't even go there.
Look, when now you cannot eat gobe for just 10 Ghana cities, we are getting there.
How are you buying your
Look at the size of KK. Look at the size of KK. Look, I think that we should all sit down and rethink what a country is, rethink what a nation is. There's a need for a rethinking. Our pastors should sit down and sit well.
I think the pastors have started waking up, though. Elvis, I think the pastors have started waking up. I saw one blasting. He said, "Who said God has been evicted from his house?" You know, ranting about
there should be a unism in our focus. There's no unism. Getting up and blasting. That is it.
It's a start, though. They've been sleeping for long.
Our family system is being broken down. Our morals are being degraded every now and then. Look, it has to do with the soft issues, not even the hard issues.
Not the hard issues. So soft issues.
We have to deal with the soft issues first.
All right.
Okay, if we do not rethink things in this country, look all around us. Burkina Faso is nowhere to go to. Ivory Coast, you can't go there. Togo, you can't go there. The city is occupied by the fishes. Where are we going to? These are realities that we have to wake up to.
All right, bro.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Thank you very much. A very passionate rant there from my brother who thinks there needs to be a rethink and a reset. That's the theme I'm getting this morning.
I completely agree. I remember at the peak of COVID when prices just hit the roof. This was before Russia and Ukraine. This was before all the reports that were giving us about grain drain and all that. People who sold in markets decided on their own that because there's a rush for this commodity, I'm going to sell it for this price on their own. There's no price regulation policy or system that tells you that if I buy 1 kilogram of tomatoes, it should cost this amount, or it should cost between this and that amount. If you go to other countries, you actually have to pay by weighing what you buy. And there's a price system, a pricing system.
So we need more systematization.
Can we?
We can. Let's go to the lines. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good morning. This is Majid. I'm calling from Spinter.
Majid. Nice. What's on your mind?
Well, I think Ghana here. I think our leaders are really. I don't know whether they have sense, or I mean they go to school, or they just feel like they can do whatever they like. For instance, you have the president, where whenever there is a problem, he doesn't even seem to care about anything. But when he was looking for power, he was, going to radios and saying all sort of things. But when he got the power, we have problems, we tell them our problems, but they don't care. So I believe most of the time, the youth are really, they are reluctant to do anything. Because we are the future leaders, and most of the problems are coming down to us. But instead of us to, stand up and do demonstration, whether the police like it or whoever like it or not, we just have to do it by force. You see, some time ago, France, when the parliament wanted to pass a law, the youth were like, no, this law is not going to help us. So they stood up and then, they did their demonstration and they didn't pass the law again.
So more demonstrations from the youth? More demonstrations? Is that what you are suggesting?
Yeah, I believe more demonstration will help because, the leaders don't like the demonstration. So if you force the demonstration on them, they will listen to us.
So give them what they don't like.
Just listen. Just look at how the demonstration recently happened. You see how it is. The leaders, they don't like the demonstration. So,
did you go to the last demonstration?
Yeah, I went there.
What was your experience, man? What was your experience? Were you on day one when the tear gas was all over the place?
I was very happy that I went because I haven't gone to any demonstration like that, and I've seen how, how people were. Excuse me?
No, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, like you could see how people were really frustrated about the governance, and then how things are just moving about in Ghana. How can you blame Russia and Ukraine because of, our own negligence and our own
all right.
You can see that it's our leaders who are not doing well.
Okay, so for you, it's a leadership deficit. Well, thanks a lot Thanks for getting through to us. He was part of the demonstrations. He says more demonstrations is the way to go. Give them what they don't like because they don't like it. So let them know this is how you express yourself in a democracy. That you get out on the streets, you do it peacefully, but you do it forcefully and with passion, and let them know what you feel. What's your feeling this morning? We are giving you the space, a platform. It's a national platform for you from Apedra to Zabzugu. Your voice will be heard, all right? The number is on your screen, and then you can call us and talk to us and tell us what's on your mind. Confession is good for the soul. So whatever's on your heart, just bring it out, and we'll be happy to hear from you. There's another person on the line, Michael. Greetings, Michael. Welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Thank you, Cap, and Thelma and Valerie. Good morning.
I like the way you call my name, Kaf, like we are long-time friends, which we are. It's nice. I like it, man. What's on your mind, Michael? Mike. Yes, man. Mike, what's on your mind?
The problem is with our leaders. Could you believe that I did a written research and all the quarry sites in Ghana belong to the Chinese?
The quarry sites?
Yeah.
Where we get our rocks for construction?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yes, the letter that I did. And they are making millions.
More ownership by Ghanaians is what you are thinking about.
That is domestication.
More ownership.
Domestication. No, the value chain in rice production is low. I tell you, can employ millions of cities, both old, young and old, men, women, teacher or electric. There's a man called Fred J. I think he's the president of rice production, rice farmers production. That man has discovered several byproducts from rice. About 20 of them.
Yeah.
Companies around the world are making billions of dollars out of rice.
Rice, yeah.
And this man is in Ghana here. He wrote several proposals to government, but nobody is paying attention to him.
So we need to do more domestication. Mike, that's your view. All right, Mike. Thank you. I'm sure Don Latte in heaven would be smiling on you. Say, that is my son in whom I'm well pleased. Domestication is the way to go. We've got to own these things. I mean, in countries like China, I know that you cannot be a foreigner and get over 50% ownership in any company there. You can't do that. It's against the law. So if what he's saying is correct, that a lot of the quarry, he says most of them or all of them, but if even some of them are being owned by foreigners, we should really get an act together and make sure that our people are owning. One more, and then we will wrap up. One more person's on the line. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Kafri.
Greetings.
My name is Jonathan, calling from Doyimusha Hills.
Jonathan calling from?
Doyimusha Hills.
Doyimusha Hills, yes.
Yes, please. My problem is our elders. Our elders are not helping us at all in Ghana. Let's take, for example, my community. There's a lot of stone quarries around. And if you look
very, very, very bad. When it rains, car cannot move on those roads.
Yeah.
And we are pleading to the government to come to our aid. And we have done everything possible. Up to date, there's no help coming. So please, we need our elders to be up and doing so that the community can also go on, and then the youth in the community can also develop and then do something good to help the community.
All right. Thank you very much. And Jonathan wraps up our calls. From what I am hearing, people don't have much confidence in the people who are leading them. You remember when we were growing up, we thought our fathers could do everything. Or, you know, daddy can do everything. And I don't think that the led believe the leaders can do much for them. There's a lack of confidence in leadership. Do you get that as well?
I'm getting the sense that people are unhappy with a lot of the happenings in the country, but who do you tell?
Val, what's your, I mean, from just the calls we had, it's not very unscientific. What's the theme that you see running through?
I think every Ghanaian at this point is tired. And honestly, some government officials should just keep quiet maybe for 3 days, because the more they keep speaking, it's agitating. People are getting angry, and it's like, come on, it's ridiculous. So I think some people who speak for government should just keep quiet for like 3 days.
For 3 days,
Twitter accounts silent for 3 days, Facebook 3 days, no live. I think people would, you know, calm, tempers will calm. Stop talking.
They should go on a fast. Don't talk.
Social media fast.
For 3 days. TV, radio, social media, live.
Yeah, so we can clean, like, you know, Ghanaians can be calm till like Friday.
Okay.
You know, like, stop talking.
Exactly,
stop talking. Like, stop talking.
But then views expressed by people on the show, they are their own views. They're not the views of GBC.
At
so
all.
If you find the need to pick up any of the things that you said to them and settle that on that side.
Ladies, thank you very much. I really enjoyed interacting with you. And all the callers who called, thank you so much for speaking your minds. Still to come, headlines, we're looking at the issues in the news. We have Dr. Eric Odro, Governor's Expert, Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, and the man who has been giving us some good education on land issues. Still in the news, man. I love him for that. And then we also have another man who's also in the news, Anochi Frimpong, lawyer and historian. Today's show is going to be on a whole new level. It's not going to be easy. And here's one person who will not stop talking because it's her job, actually. And she's going to update you with the sports news. The lady whose headgear and her shoes are matching wickedly. Maltiti, talk to me. Charlie, what's up? What's up?
I do. It's Tuesday. The way I meant to vibe today and the rain is falling.
Oh, we can still vibe. I don't have a turban, but I have a gap in the teeth, just like you.
Yeah, the beauty gap. We allow say the beauty gap. Don't just say gap.
The beauty gap. Yes, I'm also beautiful. I get the beauty gap.
I miss all the problems.
Yes, you got spots now, right?
Yes, I got spots.
It's in the palm of your hands.
Palm of my hands.
Take it away, Maltiti.
My red phone case.
Charlie, you're matching turban and phone and shoe.
Everything. Val says Liverpool chick. So
Liverpool chick.
The Liverpool chick.
Maltiti
Saida Sadiq bringing you the sports right now.
Right. Thank you much. Cav, there's a lot happening in sporting world. I'm sure you want to know what's topical. Rumors on social media. Is CR7 really going to Chelsea, the Blues? I'm sure the Blues are divided on this. Some are saying, well, he should come. Some are saying, we really don't need CR7 in Chelsea. But some other sad news, unfortunate news that we're hearing is that CAF has banned Ghana's under-17, the Black Maidens, for age cheating. We're going to have an extensive conversation on that with an expert. Then we're looking at the WAFCON 2022. We'll do some transfer news as well, and we'll look at CR7, whether he's really moving, why was he absent from training, and all of that on today's GTV Breakfast Sports with me, Maltiti Saida Sadek. Let's start off with the age cheating saga in Ghana football. Now, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has banned Ghana from competing in the next two editions of the Under-17 Women's World Cup African qualifiers due to age cheating, with a fine of $100,000. The Black Maidens will miss the next two editions of the global tournament, according to the CAF ruling. This follows Morocco's protest that Nancy Amo and Rashida Shahadu lied about their birth dates and are over the age of 17. Morocco beats Ghana in the final round of qualifying for the 2022 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in India, Ghana won the first leg 2-0 in Accra, but Morocco drew a tie and won on penalties in the second leg. Now, Ghana accused Morocco of sabotaging their efforts in Rabat. Well, the GFA is countering these claims of age cheating, and the Ghana Football Association has denied these claims from CAF, but they failed to put up a defense when they were notified of the protest against Ghana by Morocco. They, however, acknowledge receipts of the ruling, which suggests 2 subsequent bans of the Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifiers with a fine of $100,000. The association has 3 days to indicate their intention to appeal and 7 days to file the appeal. I said early on that we are speaking to an expert on these matters that have arisen, and Rosalind Amo, who is the Deputy Chairperson. She joins me on the phone lines now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Rosalind, good to have you back on the show.
Good to be on the show.
Rather sad circumstances, though, to be speaking. Bad news for women's football in Ghana. Let me still ask you, though, how did you welcome the news?
Well, I think it's not the kind of news anybody, I mean, whether you are deeply involved or not, would want to have at this time of the progress of the game. I mean, there's nothing that untoward that has been done. Unfortunately, perhaps the Moroccans had other evidence that we were not privy to, and so based on that, CAF gave the ruling. But for us, I mean, it's completely a surprise and a disappointing kind of event.
So what went wrong, in your opinion? How did we get to this stage?
To explain, because for us, we deal with the data or biodata that the players use to register for various competitions. So you know that for you to be able to play in the regional league or the Women's Premier League, we need to register you in the FIFA Connect.
Right.
And with the system, it is club officials who provide all the information and do the registration. And so based on that information, coaches would also look at the ages of players and they decide to invite them into the national team. And that is what happened. So perhaps we don't have any evidence apart from the verifiable evidence of their birth certificate and then what was used to register them in the system. So if the Moroccans had other documents to support their claim, we haven't seen those documents, and perhaps when the FA has appealed, the ruling will be provided with the evidence, and based on that, we will be able to determine whether that is false or not.
Well, top of the list, what would you say is the kind of impact that we'll be seeing this have on our women's youth games?
Well, I think that for the next 4 years is going to be tough, because it means that for the next 2 editions of the World Cup, the under-17 ladies cannot participate, and so there will be a stagnation at that level. But the under-20 and then the Black Queens already have the opportunity to contest, and so players who probably would have qualified to play in those 2 competitions will miss out and may not be able to play in any competition. And once you have been banned, no country would also want to have an international friendly with your age groups. And so that is one of the looking forward, they cannot, if they play well and they maintain their form, subsequently they can qualify to play for the either under-20 or the Black Queens.
Right.
But let me also use this opportunity to say that, to advise club officials and young players, if you are underage, social media, some of the social media requires that you use your birthday to register or to
open accounts, right?
Part of it, yes. And I'm sure it is that which has caused that, because perhaps in their bid to be on social media, they may have used wrong or different birthdays to do that.
Right.
And for the regular person, they would not have the time to go and verify. Once it is on your account, and that is the birthday, it is an evidence that they can tender in as you having cheated on your age. And so, especially girls who are not required to be on social media, especially Facebook and Twitter and all that.
Right.
They should be mindful of what they do so that we don't find ourselves in some of these situations.
Great.
Because otherwise, then we hold the club officials liable for some of these mishaps.
True. So this is what club officials would have to look forward to and be thorough with. But before you take leave of us, 3 March days into the WAFCON 2022, what are your impressions so far? We want to know.
Well, I think that it's early days yet, but I mean we are already beginning to know the sides that are serious on going forward in the competition. I mean, South Africa is on a rise, and I think that they are only continuing from where they left off since 2018 AFCON when we hosted in Ghana, and they finished. I mean, yesterday they played the second half better and they beat the Nigerians. We have seen Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso only lost out because of their inexperience. Remember, it's their only first WAFCON. We saw Senegal, we've seen Cameroon, we've seen Zambia. And I think that, I mean, it's only fair to say that these are some of the teams that will progress to the next stage of the competition. But for the top 4, I still maintain that it probably will be South Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, and then either Zambia or any of the North African sides. I would really love to see what Tunisia and Morocco do in the next round of matches before I can really say whether they have what it takes to progress to all the way to the last 4 of the competition. But so far it's been exciting. I mean, it started on a slow note, but the goals have started flowing, and I think that it's an exciting competition.
Rosalinda Mo's predictions. Thank you. Always great having you, Rosalinda. Mo is the deputy chairperson of the Women's League Board, and she's been speaking to us about the ban that has been slapped on the under-17 Women's League. So we'll be talking about this in our subsequent bulletins to bring you all the details surrounding how the GFA is countering these claims as well. But let's move on to other issues that are still happening in the sporting world or the football arena, and that's the WAFCON 2022. Now, in line with the new policy at CAF to make women's football in Africa globally competitive, President of the Confederation, Patrice Motsepe, has announced an increase of 150% in prize money for the Total Energies Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2022. Now, the overall prize money of the competition has been increased from $975,000 US to $2.5 million US, an increase of almost $1.5 million US. The CAF president and the executive committee have identified women's football as among the top priorities of CAF. Good investment then. Women's Leagues night match day 3 of the Total Energies Women's Cup of Nations in Morocco. Yesterday, South Africa stand defending champions Nigeria by 2-1 in the Group C opener. Let's look at the highlights. Now, the other game saw the Vitans Lockhorns in their first ever game at the Women's Cup, and Botswana beat Burundi 4-2. Go top of the table. Let's look at the highlights of that. dyed hair. But real good play there. Let's move on. And Graham doing us proud in Morocco there with the commentating. Let's look at some transfer news now. Now reports say Cristiano Ronaldo did not return to Manchester United for pre-season training yesterday, citing family reasons, but sources say Chelsea are interested in signing the striker and have held talks with his agent, George Mendes. There's nothing hidden under the sun. We'll soon know if this is true or not. Still on transfer news, Arsenal have completed the signing of Brazil forward Gabriel Jesus on a long-term contract from Premier League champions Manchester City. The fee for the 25-year-old is understood to be £45 million, and he moves to the Emirates after undergoing a medical and agreeing personal terms. Jesus will wear number 9 shirt recently vacated by Alexander Lacazette, who left for Lyon on a free transfer. Let's move to the camp of Barcelona, where Barcelona have officially confirmed the signing of free agent midfielder Frank Kessie, with the player signing a contract which runs until 2026. Kessie finished up a 5-season spell at Milan on a high recently, helping the club to its first Scudetto in over a decade by scoring 6 league goals in 31 appearances. Following the expiration of his contract at San Siro, Kessie was widely expected to join Barca this summer, something which has now been confirmed by the club. Now, Barcelona have added a €500 million release clause to the Ivorian's contracts, with official unveiling soon. Now, the club also the club also announced their second signing of Andreas Christensen as a free agent, with a Danish defender cleared to make a move to Camp Nou after severing ties with Chelsea. With no transfer fee involved, Barcelona has been able to hand Christensen a lucrative 4-year contract to the sum of 2026. The protracted saga, complicated by ongoing financial issues at Barca, has finally been brought to a close. Meanwhile, new Manchester City signing Calvin Phillips says he's looking forward to working with Pep Guardiola, having previously described being mesmerized by the Spanish coach. The England aide 6-year deal with Pep Guardiola's men. Leeds-born Phillips became a cult figure at Elland Road after helping the Yorkshire club to the top 5 in 2021 under Marcelo Bielsa. And that's it for GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. We'll take a break, after which we'll take the headlines. CAF is ready with his guest in the studio. Dr. Udrosai is also in the studio. We'll be talking later about awards as well. And then on the lifestyle segment, we'll be talking about music and sound engineering. We're still live on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Take us to work wherever you are by watching us there. On DSTV, we're on channel 278. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. I'll be back tomorrow.
told you need to perform some rites and rituals before you would see
there are a lot of myths. These are things that they cherish.
I'm here to unravel the mysteries of this commercial commodity.
But when it comes to science, there are ways, a number of processes.
Rain is quite heavy outside. Please be careful. Put your lights on when you're driving so people can see you. It's important for them to see you when you're driving so that you minimize the incidence of accidents. Drive safely. If don't drive at all, you know, in some places the water merges with gutters, and before you know, you're driving into a gutter. So be very careful. It's very wet and dangerous out there. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Still to come, we're looking at the PELT Awards. What does PELT stand for? Public Enterprises. Yes, a league table, and that's a conversation that will be happening in the next hour. We're having breakfast with Fantiman Juju. Yeah, nothing spiritual, but don't be scared. Don't start crossing yourself and chanting Hail Marys, all right? It's all good. But for now, we're having the headlines, and my guests are Dr. Eric Odron-Osai, who's a governance expert, and the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency. Dr. Osai, good morning and good to have you here.
Good morning.
Yes. Are people still talking to you about land issues?
No, I'm sure now they've understood.
Everything has cooled down.
Everything has cooled down.
And sitting next to him is Mr. Yao Frimpong, who is a historian and a lawyer. So today I have two lawyers to take me through the headlines with you this morning. Gentlemen, you're all welcome.
Thank you.
I'll give you a couple of minutes just to talk about what's on your heart this morning. As we always do on the show, what do you really want to express yourself on? I'll start with the lawyer Frimpong.
What's on my heart this morning is about the fact that it's like Ghanaians are not reminded constantly of our past. You see, sometime June 1979, but 8 soldiers were executed, including a very young army colonel, Roger Felly, and including a man tagged as being killed for tribal balance, General Amedome. You understand? And it's very sad, when you pack people to execute them, possibly for having ever staged a coup or having ever been corrupt. The reasons Ghanaians were not made to know. The sad aspect of it is that some people make it look like it was an act of one man. And what comes to mind is Rollins. Please, it was a government that was in place, Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, headed by his good self, aided by Major Boachijan, then Captain. So in the first place, nobody would have to pinpoint one person as having done that. No, it's not a state. This is not a state. Secondly, people must not be made to forget, because if it was about coup making, then the lesson from it is to the effect that nobody should ever think of doing one, because at the end of the day there could be a subsequent one which can take your own life away. It's a lesson from it. The next one is tribal factor in Ghanaian politics, because before Rollins himself died, he held an interview and explained that when they listed the number of people supposed to be killed for him to sign, he saw that the accounts were too many, and they found a way of limiting it, assuming that they had to die justifiably, having offended Ghanaian law. What has tribe got to do with it? And if it was wrong, what has tribe got to do with it? And we all know, we are told that when they looked at the numbers and realized that there was nobody from a particular region, and that was where the head of state is coming from. So let's look for one of the generals and then execute him, so that people will say it's a balance. And the question is that if that man was your father, your son, your uncle, your husband, would you have put his name down? In any case, in the AFRC, there were AWS2s, people from both regions. Why didn't one of them sacrifice their own lives?
For tribal balance?
Yes, for tribal balance, instead of such a decent man everybody loved. But my worry is the fact that the day has passed silently. I think it was 26th June 1979. Yeah. It has passed silently without any Ghanaian remembering it. And I think that the Republic Day, which has been scrapped off, should be a day of remembrance. When you go to South Africa, there's a big museum called District 6 Museum in Cape Town, where people go to remember the atrocities of the apartheid era. Now, when you go to Gambia, this small country by our side, they also have a museum called Memory House, where all the atrocities committed by Yaya Jammeh have been assembled. Anybody who can remember anything during that period, you put it there. It can be on video, it can be in effigies, can be in books, anything.
Memory House.
Memory House, yes, Memory House in Gambia. I believe that Ghana needs such a thing that will help us to move forward. I think that will help us to see ourselves as one nation, one people, with one destiny, rather than trying to sweep everything under the carpet as if this country hasn't got a history, or as if this country started only yesterday. And that also brings to mind scrapping off the Republic Day,
1st July.
1st July 1960. On that day, Kwame Nkrumah in his speech stated that the Republic Day becomes, the Republic status becomes the end of the struggle for independence, because something had earlier occurred. You see, when we had our independence, the leader of the country was still a prime minister, and the head of state was the queen.
Right. Yeah.
So it meant that
Queen, who's still alive now.
We're still alive.
Yeah.
She has survived everybody. Now it meant that whatever decision you took would have to be ratified by the head of state. Now, a republic means that Ghana could take its full decisions. And the first decision we were able to take as a republic was when Ghana moved it at the UN that we needed UN peace mission in DR Congo.
Exactly.
And so the republic always reminds Ghanaians about the fact that Ghana was one of the, in fact, the first African country that started playing international politics. That Ghana was at the forefront of international politics, and that is underlined by our republican status. And the first remarkable thing that we did was to be able to canvass for UN mission in Congo. It failed, and the Prime Minister of Congo, Patrice Lumumba, was killed. The reason why it failed and the Prime Minister was killed was the fact that at that time the British generals who were at the helm of the Ghana army had not evacuated, and they were leading the Ghanaian contingent. And so when Lumumba was arrested, because it was a Western decision to arrest and kill Lumumba,
they didn't help him.
They didn't help.
Exactly.
And so it turned out that it was Ghana that did not help Lumumba. And in fact, in reality, at the top, because at the top they were not Ghanaians. So being a republic has a lot to do. It was through this status that this small country was able to canvass for the re-entry of China to the UN as a permanent member, as a veto power country. It was Ghana that puts it there. The US and Britain, France ensured that China would have to be cleared off. And it was Ghana, this small country, that put that country, China, back. Again, taking off the Republic Day and putting, making Ghana to join. You understand? President Akufo-Addo, I'm not attacking President Akufo-Addo, I'm attacking Ghana. You know, Ghana is a member, the first African country to have joined the Commonwealth. And it's understandable. Commonwealth is an association of Britain and her former colonies. We do games, so many things together, we trade so many things. And it's so easy because language binds people. You know,
as Rwanda have joined them too now.
Rwanda speaks French and
Togo too is also applying to join them.
But look at their history. Nkrumah said Togo is part of, it's one region of Ghana. Nkrumah never recognized Togo as a distinct country. Togo is one region of Ghana.
Although it's a distinct country now.
I don't think so. One day
it is a distinct country. They will not be happy with you.
But you see, if you
Ghana joining the Francophonie, you don't like it?
No, I don't think it helps anybody. In the first place, we don't speak French. In the first place, France has already got so many colonies to deal with. Next, you should know that the way Britain dealt with its colonies is different from that of France. In the case of Britain, thank God, it was an indirect rule. So even when we were not independent, we were living independent lives. In the case of France, everybody knows that it was an assimilation policy. Assimilation is to be made to become part of France. So their mindset, everything is like white man in black skin. So if you are going to join these people, what are you talking about? I'm not saying it is bad, but it is not good for us. Now, the Republic Day in Nkrumah's speech, he did state that it was a day that everybody should remember the Ghanaian youth, because when you returned from the UK and decided to work for the United Gold Coast Convention, his immediate preoccupation was organization of the youth, because fighting for independence and moving on as a country takes a lot of energy and idealism. And these are three elements in the youth. And when you win any war, it is these three elements that you need.
So do you think it's a mistake that the Republic Day is no longer observed?
It is a great mistake, especially scrapping off the Republic Day and bringing in a day called Founders Day. Now, when you talk about Kwame Nkrumah Day, we all know that distinctly you can identify what that day is dedicated to. That is Kwame Nkrumah. But when you say Founders Day, who are the founders you have in mind? Is that the grandfather of the president, J.B. Dankwa? Or is it Akweje, or is it who? Who are the founders? Or you are going to start from Nana Kwame Nansen, who was the first to have allowed the Portuguese to put up a house here, which later led to colonialism.
Maybe it's the people who are smiling at us on our currency. Maybe those are the founders. So
that day can be fused into the Kwame Nkrumah Day, so that you remember all those people. The Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum should be a graveyard for all Ghanaian leaders. Instead of putting one person there, so many acres of land, and you put one person there, and you bury Aliyu Mahama in Tamale, you bury somebody here, you bury another. No, there should be a place, a decent place like that, as a tourist attraction for everybody, and secondly, as a place that people go.
So is it your explanation that we are just confused?
We are very much confused. We have what is this Founders Day? I don't think even the president can define the meaning of that Founders Day. No, he can define that of Kwame Nkrumah Day, but he cannot define that. And then kicking out a day that the whole world acknowledges. And you and me know that on Republic Day, several countries in the world still sent congratulatory messages to the government of Ghana, as a way of telling you that if you are not acknowledging your day, we are celebrating it with you. And then Farmers Day. The farmer has been the backbone of the Ghanaian. They feed us 24 hours a day. And when you create a day called Farmers Day, in remembrance and acknowledgement of the Ghanaian farmer, when the farmer does not benefit from it in any manner, in fact, the Farmers Day benefits only public workers, civil servants, and the rest, all those who would be so happy that, oh, tomorrow is a holiday, I won't go to work.
First Friday in December.
Yes, so you will be so happy you won't go to work. And that farmer in the village, if he decides not to go to farm that day, there will be no food. Makwala market, what do you call it? Kandeshi market, Asafo market, Kumasi Kejetia, Mala market, there will be no food. So what do you do to honor him than a day that his name will be on top, but the beneficiaries will be some other people? So
for you, these days are really important days, and we have to think deeply about
it, so that something better can be done for farmers. And you don't put their name there and deceive them. It's a deception. I believe if anybody deserves a day, it will have to start from teachers, maybe Teachers' Day. I mean, it's a decent for who has become a president or any good leader without having been tutored or taught by somebody. I don't know, somebody did that. And today, anybody who wants to become even a chief, the first question they ask among the candidates is, has he gone to university? Has he done that? So we need a Teachers' Day. But a Farmers' Day is good, except that in Ghana it is a deception. The farmer does not benefit from it any manner. And it's not late to go back to the drawing board. We need the Republic Day to let the whole world know that it was the day that Ghana started playing active international politics.
This year it was the day that we went to the...
It was the day, very good. So ironically, it's so shameful. And then also, if I should...
today, what would you tell
yes,
them?
I've seen it in the newspapers.
So
that should tell you that...
If you were to meet them today, what would you tell them?
So that should, if I should meet them
the
today...
IMF guys.
Or I think I would tell them to go back to wherever they came from. Yeah, to wherever, because, in 1965, Nkrumah was offered an opportunity to go to the IMF. And he stated that he would not go to IMF, because I have to say this, because some people are saying on various platforms that even Nkrumah went to IMF. Nkrumah never went to IMF. And the reason for not going there were about three. The first one was that it leads to deindustrialization of your country. For the moment you go to IMF, because it's some other institution protecting some interest, there is no way they will help you to put up factories wherever. One of the first conditionality will be to sell off all your factories. 2, you have to retrench your workers. When Rollins went there, you know that over 300,000 Ghanaian workers were laid off. Even that time when our population was so small, today we have 31 million. If we don't take care and they introduce conditionalities, we will be in trouble. And the third one is that your fiscal policy will be dictated from outside. So you will be seen as an independent country, but your budget, when you draft it, you send it somewhere else for somebody to go through and say, cancel this one, put this one in, and then add this. No, I believe that.
So for you, they're not welcome.
And then also, another thing we should remember is June 1992, where a young Ghanaian called Ofosu and his other colleagues who stowed away on a ship called MV Ruby, a Ukrainian ship. And there was a Cameroonian on board. So I would say that it was made up of young Africans. I'm saying this relating it to Africans, more than 50, who had recently been killed sometime last week or so, between Morocco and Spain are to be blamed for that. Now, in the case of the MV Ruby, the reason why the crew, the captain and his crew, decided to eliminate the boys was the law that we have in Europe. The law is to the effect that if you are a ship carrying people like that, you will pay a very heavy fine. You know, and Europe knows very well that if anybody will stow away in the ship, it won't be a white man, but a black man.
So the people kill them, so they don't have to pay
anything. And this is very sad. And I don't blame those who kill the boys as the law that exists. So now that the Russian-Ukrainian war is bringing into effect something like a multipolar world. In fact, I'm so happy when I heard Britain saying that they believe in neighborliness and creating friendship instead of what do you call it, structures such as EU, such as NATO. Because if NATO had not existed, there wouldn't have been this Ukrainian war.
Don't mind the British, they're also giving the people arms. They're giving Ukraine arms.
So I'm saying, using this to say that we must have laws that takes into consideration everybody's interest and not members within that group.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was one awesome almighty rant from lawyer Yao. Anoche Frimpong. Lots of things to chew on, significance of dates, international history, politics, the role that Ghana played in the past. I mean, Ghana, we were not small then. Occasioning China to enter the UN and doing all kinds of entering into Congo for peacekeeping. I mean, we were big before. We can still be big again. Dr. Sai, anything on your heart you want to talk about? I mean, I know your land people have stopped giving you fire.
Yeah, they've stopped.
They've stopped.
No, they've stopped.
What's on your mind that you want to talk about?
Basically, I'm happy about the things my colleague has said. But basically, what saddens me this morning is the WASI students who are preparing to go and write exams and only to hear in the news that their teachers are on strike. It saddens my heart because I can imagine the psychological impact on these children. And these are the future leaders. These are our future MPs, our future doctors, our future pilots. These are the people we're going to hand over Ghana to. So I will plead with the teachers to take into consideration the period left for the students to write the examination and then support them and then save them of this psychological trauma by getting to the drawing board to have discussions with government so that the children can have their peace of mind to write the exams. The second one is about the Republic Day. The Republic Day significantly shows total emancipation of Ghana from its colonial masters, whether politically or economically. And it is very significant in my view because on the same day we went back to the IMF. What it means is that to some extent we are politically free, but economically we may not be free, and which is dangerous. You need both to be able to develop as a country. And it set me thinking that at what point in time would we be able to sever our relationship totally with these colonial masters? Because in political economy, they call something neocolonialism. And neocolonialism, they will be pulling strings from behind. And I think the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda or the pronunciation was made too quickly. Because once you make the pronunciation that you're going to go beyond aid, they will do everything possible to prove you wrong, that you cannot survive without aid, and you come back to us.
So we should have just kept quiet.
We should have kept quiet
thing, right?
and then done our thing without going out there to tell the people. And this is where we are. That notwithstanding, it is not all lost. We will be able to bounce back strongly. But I think that we should by now realize that our destiny is in our own hands. The people who come in are called development partners. They are not donors. No. The money they bring to us are taxpayers' money. Why can't we mobilize taxes here to develop our country? So I'm saddened by the fact that on 1st July, we went to IMF. But I'm also hopeful that once we realize that these things will not carry us anywhere, for a time the Ghanaian takes their destiny in their own hands, we'll be able to make it. This historical facts that my colleague here has given to us should set all of us thinking. We have only one Ghana, and we can develop it only by Ghanaians. All others can come and support us. So we should think about the Republic Day again. Ghana, it is sad. It is sad today to hear that the IMF are coming. And what are they coming to do? Do they know Ghana better than us? Do they understand our system better than us? Maybe when we go into the discussions, you realize that the first time we went to IMF was May 1966.
Yes.
When Nkrumah was overthrown and military government came in. So why do we do that to ourselves? And the best times in our life was within Busia, Achampon, and Akufo's regime. From 1971 to 1978, we decided not to go to the IMF. And why? Because of the Operation Feed Yourself.
Yes.
So there's something fundamentally wrong with our raw exports. And that is affecting our balance of payment, and the terms of trade are not favoring us. And these are things we should know. Yeah. These are basic things that we should know. If you keep on exporting raw materials without adding value to it, the terms of trade will work against you. If you keep on operating an import-led economy, what do you expect? Everything here, everything that over 80% of the things we use are imported. If you have oil and you don't have a refinery, you would have the crude oil, you would export the crude oil and use the money to go and buy refined oil when you have the oil refinery sitting there. Who brought us here? I think it is about time we call a spade a spade. Let us do a quick review of our economic structure, of our everything that we do in this country. It is not leading us anywhere.
Is it not ironic that times of our economic life was when the soldiers were in charge, really?
Oh yes, 1971 to 1978.
Very little education.
Little education. RSS State 3.
Commercial school man.
RSS State 3. Commercial school man. And the man said, you remember the famous Yentuya?
Who pay
the debt? Yentuya. And the guy said, Operation Feed Yourself. Everybody's backyard, you have a backyard garden, small. From 71 to 78 were some of the best times in the life of this country.
Exporting food.
We're exporting
to the
food.
whole world.
You understand? So why do we do that to ourselves? So I think we should go back and then come to realize that Ghana can be developed only by Ghanaians.
What do you reckon these chaps from the IMF are going to say to us when they are coming in today? I mean, judging from previous experiences with them, what can we expect?
You know something? The truth about the IMF thing is that they are coming to validate our own data. Before we went to IMF in 2015, in 2014 we went to Senchi, and we developed a program, a Ghanaian-made program. And then they just give a stamp of approval. So if we know how to do these things all this while, why do we sit down and wait for them to come and tell us this is the right thing to do?
Is it not the money that will come? At least 1 billion will drop.
You see, when you look at the IMF support, and that is the other part of it people don't know. It is not always that the IMF comes in with money. IMF can come in with financial support. They can come in with technical support. They can come in with capacity building.
What is technical support?
Technical support is where they come to tell you what you should do to promote growth and productivity.
Dr. San, at this level of our economy, you think it's technical support we want? Money no day.
No, they will bring money.
You see, it is the data that would show. That's why last week I said I want to speak on data. Mm-hmm. The data hasn't come, and it's rather unfortunate we went to IMF when the finance presented the mid-year budget review. That should have given us a basis for everybody in Ghana to know what the status is. As at now, people are speculating, and I think it is about time the president addresses the nation or the minister for finance addresses the nation as far as the status, the data is concerned. Because this IMF team is coming in. They are not coming in with anything. They are coming in to check our data and ask us, okay, this is your problem. How do you think you intend resolving it? Then you give them the prescription, and then they will either affirm it or say that, well, vary it this way, vary it this way. And that will determine the amount of even the money they will have to give to us, the support they have to give to us. And it will also even depend on whether they have to give us 1 year support, 2 year support, 3 year support. And we have what we call the extended credit fund. It will depend on a lot of things. The bottom line is they are coming with only briefcase. They are coming here with some ideas that they have from other countries. The solution lies with us. The solution lies with us. So when they come, they have briefcase, they'll say, and these are some of them young ones. We understand our economics more than that. And you see, Africa, we've copied blindly. We've copied blindly, I tell you, because our economy is informal economy. It is informal economy. It is dominated. Our economy is not like the advanced economy where they can import prescriptions and it will work here. Our economy is such that we should be able to balance it. My brother was talking about farmers not benefiting and all of that, and that it is the formal sector that is benefiting. It is true. But then, since when have we realized that the informal sector is dominating the Ghanaian economy? Therefore, any economic intervention must target the informal sector more. That we have not done that. And these are the things that IMF people will come and tell us. And when we say we want to do things that will target the informal sector, because they are coming from a formal sector dominated economy, they come with that mindset until that one will not work. And they will bring in something that has worked in another country.
On their team who know the way we do our things on the ground, our informal.
They will not listen to the Africans. The Africans will make inputs, but they have the final say. So I think that we should come to the realization that being a Republican country means politically and economic independence. And the IMF thing is, in my view, economic efficiency overriding political expediency decisions. For a very long time, most public sector decisions have been taken on political expediency basis. In political economy, any time you allow political expediency to override economic efficiency, you are in trouble. Something can be economically right, but because of the political benefits,
you won't do it.
You won't do it. And that is what will put you into trouble. If Ghanaian politicians would continue to work with economic efficiency overriding political expediency, we'll go somewhere.
What do you think, sir? 555561034. Serious rants, offloading of matters on their hearts and minds from my guests, 2 lawyers, by the way. One is also an accountant, the other is also a historian. So slash careers here. Lawyer slash accountant, lawyer slash historian, presenter slash presenter. And we are talking the headlines, a whole range of issues. I know the WhatsApp line is buzzing nicely, but let's look into the headlines, and then we'll go to the Bono East, where our colleague Paul Anyama is on the line to talk to us about some issues to do with students. And talking of students, 4 teacher unions have downed their tools nationwide. They've declared a strike to press home demand for COLA, cost of living allowance. That's a big headline. Teachers declare industrial action. How is that going to affect the students? On the line, I have from the Bono East region, well, I gave him a New Testament name. He should be an Old Testament guy. Samuel Anyama. Samuel, good morning. Welcome to the show. Hello, Samuel. Bono East, Accra is calling.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Samuel.
I can hear you, Kafui. As we speak, I'm currently at the Techima Senior High Campus, where in this place they have both the junior high too is also here. It's a model school that called Techima Chess Model School. And as we speak, just you can see in the short the students and that of the school people, they are being asked to go home because since they came here, they've not seen any teacher around.
Oh, wow.
So they are going home until further notice. Some of the kids are here as we speak. Tell me, where are you people going?
Because when you came in the morning, you did not came and meet any teachers.
So they asked you to go home, or you decided to go home?
They were saying that
So what happened next? Are they? Is the teachers telling you that they will be coming back soon, or they've just left?
they just
So all of you are going home.
yes.
Okay, so just like you've heard from the school people, almost all of them, as we speak, they've all left campus here at the Techima Senior High School. Those in the SHS, they are coming and asked few of them, and they told me they've all just coming to see what is happening. I mean, those who are day students, they are just coming to observe what is happening on campus. But for the primary, and then there's the lower primary, the upper primary, and then the JHS. They are all around here, and they are also being asked to go home because since they came, they've not seen any teacher around. So the information I'm also gathering is not happening in this school alone. When you move to the other senior high schools, the basic schools in the region, the same thing is happening. All the teacher unions, they've all decided to leave the school. They are joined the national, their colleagues at the national level and other regions demanding their allowances. So for now, we'll leave it here and then continue to monitor the situation and then keep our viewers updated.
Samuel Ayama getting to us from this Teachman Senior High School in the Bono East region. And already the strike action of the teacher unions is having an effect, gentlemen, because you can see the students have a de facto holiday. It may not be de jure, but it's a de facto holiday. No teachers around. They've taken a quick action to basically campaign for more. Is their timing right, lawyer Anochi Frimpong? I mean, country broke. Down to talk to us about money, and the teachers are asking for cost of living allowance. Is the timing wrong?
Yeah, I believe the timing for the teachers, yes. The timing is very, very ripe.
Oh, it's ripe?
Yeah, for them.
Oh, okay.
Because whatever you are doing, you must have a strategy. So they plan and they let it coincide with a day that you are meeting international guests such as the IMF. And it is good so that they would actually see what is happening at the very forum, the host, where they are coming to. So it's very, very good. Secondly, it will remind the IMF that any conditionality they impose upon the government of Ghana, that would include retrenchment, that is laying off workers, will bring about civil unrest in the country. Because next time it will not be teachers alone, doctors, nurses, judges, and the country will be ungovernable. Then they won't get their money back. So whatever decision they are going to take out of the negotiations they are going to have with the government of Ghana must include the safeguarding of the interests of the Ghanaian worker. Indeed, about a week before.
Why should the IMF be thinking about the interest of Ghanaians and not the government and the leaders of
Well, when you give a loan to someone, you should also pray that the person will be able to pay back, because if all clients will take your money and nobody is able to pay back, the institution will collapse. So they should have the prior interest of the Ghanaian worker. And indeed, before government went to IMF, that was what it told Ghanaians, that it will have to bring in IMF in order to raise money to pay workers. So I believe that that is it. And then two.
And it's good you're saying this, because a lot of people think that the money is just free money. Any money that the IMF gives you is I mean, if they're giving you, it's a loan. So there's interest,
you see,
over a long period of time.
The reason why Ghanaians say that it is free money has always been for two reasons. The first one is that since 1966, as my friend was saying, that we went to IMF, nobody has benefited from it in any manner.
We've gone 16 times. This is the 17th time.
18th time.
Oh, okay. You
this is the 18th
yes,
time.
This
is the 18th time.
This is the 18th time.
And the only time this country really experienced heaven on earth was the period of Nkrumah and then the period of General Champon. And these were two periods we never went to the IMF. And so people think that because we have not benefited, it's free money. Maybe those in government share it. That is the reason why they think it is free money, because you cannot actually pinpoint anything and say that this is a HIPIC benefit. Like when President Kufuor sent us to HIPIC, at least he put out some public toilets, and everywhere you went, you find the sections there.
HIPIC toilet.
HIPIC benefit.
Which is a toilet.
But in the case of IMF, nobody has seen any positive remarks being made about them. No edifices, nothing about IMF except retrenchment, except what do you call it, being dictated to from outside, and then except continually going back to them. Because the moment you go once, you would always go again.
I understand this is the shortest time in which we've returned to the IMF. We came out in 2019.
So as
2019.
Yeah, my colleague was saying, you know, the international community is always watching you. You know, when you come out to say Ghana beyond aid, and you make this statement before all African heads of state, you know, as a way of leading them so that they will follow up, definitely you are injuring the very existence, the very foundation of that institution. And so whatever they would have to pull in order for you to go do.
Before the messages, what will become of the Ghana Beyond Aid program?
Or it will be, I don't think nobody would mention it again. I don't think nobody.
They'll mention it.
I think nobody will mention
it.
No,
but maybe you are assuming that they will not mention it again. There's a whole secretariat for Ghana Beyond Aid, and there's a whole program document for Ghana Beyond Aid. Yeah. And I think we have short, medium to long-term strategies. What I am saying as a political economist is that some of these things, you keep them to your chest. Yeah. Because the people you are sacking are those who are interested in monitoring and then remote controlling everything. They want to have a say. Why do you think they give us concessionary loans? Why do you think
what is a concessionary loan?
A concessionary loan is a loan given to you over a long period, but with very insignificant immaterial,
like 5% over
0.5%, 1%, and all of that. So IMF can be concessional or non-concessional loans. And that one against bond. Bond, you go for commercial loans, and the interest rates are very high. It may be short or medium term. So people will say that, look, why don't you go for a concessional loan? When you go for a concessional loan, it's better. And most of the concessional loans we go for is IMF. And when you go to IMF...
How does it benefit them? I mean, 0.5% over 30 years.
It benefits because it is compounded. The interest is compounded.
Compound interest is worth.
So once the interest is compounded over a 30-year period, and if you are not repaying, assuming it is 0.5 of 1 million, and then at the end of the year you fail to pay, you are going to pay 0.5 of something, one point something. You know, so
you're compounding your interest, and your principal is being compounded.
The sad thing is that the period of our governance is 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. So one government will borrow for another government to come and pay.
For 30 years.
For 30 years. That's why in countries like Uganda and Rwanda, they have a youth seat in parliament. Because it is the youth that will come and pay the money. If I go to borrow money today, and at my age, it is my children who will come and pay 30 years.
So there's a youth seat in parliament?
There should be a youth.
How does it work in
Uganda?
When
you go to Uganda, they allow the youth to elect one person.
To sit in parliament?
To sit in parliament. And they have a gender seat. You know, and it is good for national development because the country belongs to the youth.
I love this idea. I wonder whether you love it as well. Is it time for a youth seat in parliament? Because the old men are making the loans and your grandchildren are going to pay them. Is it time for you to have a say in running the country? Would you love to have a youth seat in parliament? Let us know. Go to our Ghana Broadcasting Corporation Facebook page. You'll see the question there. Answer. Let us know what you feel. 055-556-1034. The issues are plenty. Most of them around IMF, matters of the pocket, teachers strike, et al. And Thelma is just going to have fun at the board.
I am indeed. Yeah. So many thoughts being shared and opinions flying everywhere. Everyone has something to say because it's Ghana for all of us. But these are the opinions of those who are making them and not that of GBC. So I'll scroll straight to the top and try and run through as many of them as I can. Keep them short. If it's long, you know what I'll do. Here's one. Good morning, all the GTV members and your viewers. My name is Rocky from Kumasi. I recently returned from the tour around the northern side. The road network in the northern side and the road network in the Ashanti region shows clearly that Ashanti region is not part of Ghana. I asked why the road contractors in the Ashanti region are not getting paid for their jobs. Yasofa Mafu said Ashanti region is not part of Ghana, and it's true because that's exactly what I witnessed. Thank you for reading my message. Thank you for sending it to us. Liman told them he knew why he wanted the money from them, so nobody should dictate to him. From Emmanuel Akazabre, Ghana Beyond Aid was a failed president. Those are his opinions. Wow, I'm very much impressed this morning with the fact Mr. Frimpong has given to us on the Republic Day and praising teachers too. And Dr. Sai also perfect on dealing with our economy through politics that has brought us to where we are now. We should all put the politics aside and deal with our problems as Ghanaians. Ghana Beyond Aid, but look at where we are now. God bless us all in our homeland Ghana. Ajiman sent us that from Bodriase. Sami comes in, Leviticus powers. Very difficult to understand Ghanaians. Pay e-levy to wealth internally, to create wealth internally, I believe. We refused. When government is contracting loans, we complained. And now listen to the commentaries about IMF too, talking about some people's interest. What is more than people enjoying your own cash from e-levy? Sami is saying that. Leviticus, thank you for your message. Good morning to Kafu and your panel. I'm Paul from Dansoma. It appears without any shadow of doubt that this government is clueless about economic management. How can you fly luxuriously so much on building a cathedral, engage in all manner of wasteful ventures, impose unreasonable taxes on citizens, etc., and eventually go to IMF for a bailout? That's a long one, so let me pick other thoughts. Good morning to our Tuesday panel. They have really dissected the issues on the table, and we all concerned citizens of our dear sinking country are super proud of them. Realities are we have lost the fight to stabilize the deep drowned economy, and our once functional currency is just resting peacefully beneath the ocean. FWA Women's Gold sent us that message. Good morning, Mr. Kafu. Today is my first time watching the show on this channel, and I must say I love the submissions of your two learned panels. Isaac Agbeka. Isaac, welcome. You've missed a lot. We are almost a year into this business, and so come on board. Let's do more. Kaf, please, about the school that's not having light in their front planes. Okay, we'll get to you, and then we'll get the details that you are asking for. Good morning, Togbi Kafu. The problem has to do with the government making decisions geared to this election and not to the next generation. All we need is a radical leader who can have the mind and heart to do things without looking at the next election. Party politics has been the problem of Ghana. Lawyer Frimpong has really made my day bright. Hashtag drop the cathedral. Rasbingi sent us that from Accra. Here's another message. Oh, President Akufo-Addo, see your end now. Ghana Beyond Aid, and you are now running to IMF. Very incompetent, more than Mahama. The strike will continue just because NPP do not respect Ghanaian teachers. Those are the opinions of Richmond, who sent them to us, not that reflects the impressions of GBC. My name is Samuel Adai. I love the two of them. Why Ghana? Frimpong and Dr. saying, good thoughts come from good people. My leaders will hear, but they will not take it. Kwesi joins. Fantastic, brilliant, candid conscientization from your panelists. Brother Kafu, thumbs up to GBC. Blessings. Thank you. Nana Kwesi, what do you have to say? That's quite a long one. The government, I'll just read a bit. The government-led Nanado declared Ghana Beyond Aid without its ministers understanding his vision, including Ghanaians. So even our foreign policy and all our negotiations didn't reflect this vision. I speak now, most of our insurance companies are owned by foreigners, same as banking cleanup did not reflect Ghana Beyond Aid vision. And you are saying the president Nanado should be called to order. That's a long one.
So July is a Republic month.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that.
The last part of the show said July is a Republic month at this moment. I just wish the whole nation reflects soberly. NDC MPP, we need to unite to solve this. Nana Kojo, what's he saying? Good morning, Kafu. How can you have crude oil and do not have a refinery? Giving away our own crude oil for 30 years and not thinking of having our own refinery. Hashtag God help our motherland. More thoughts coming in our screens. Good morning, please. If you don't pay tax to develop your own country, they will develop it for us and dictate for us. Those are the thoughts of the one who sent them to us. He didn't add your name. Try and add your name always. That's a good one. Hello to what Lawyer Frimpong is saying. Ghana is like America to me. Please, the leaders have to look into what Lawyer Anoche Frimpong is saying. The government has to stand strong in Ghana. Even the hardships and joblessness in Ghana has made most of the youth forgotten what they read and learned in school. And again, government should stand strong. in the case of electricity. Okay, so keep it short so that others will also have a say. Did you want us to say that in Nkrumah wasn't a Ghanaian, so why can't we do so? Farouk from Accra says, my brother, we refuse to take Nkrumah steps and we will suffer ever. Dr. Brown.
Don't make it sound like a curse. We will suffer forever, we beg you.
Dr. Brown Blows is from Brimso Apeuska. I sometimes reflect back and always ask myself, all the noise and fanfare, there was no progress as a nation. The posture of the government and their unsavory remarks about IMF has occasioned public outrage, despite several advice given by JM and the CSOs. The MPP guys were not ready to listen, thereby wasting resources like there was no tomorrow. A disgraced group of people, that's according to Dr. Brown. George, another long one, attributing... So all the top headlines, there would be no salary from government if workers pay e-levy, free water and electricity costs the state to restructure, pay e-levy or Ghana goes to IMF, accept e-levy and will complete purchasing. E-levy will create 11 million jobs. So a lot of e-levy conversations going on here. And he ends it all by saying, because I scroll through, IMF, here we come, la, I'm on strike. If they like, they should refuse to pay the cola. La, no, wahala. You see their lies.
That's a teacher.
That is, I'm guessing... Eric says, what the man is saying is 100% true. Ghana hasn't been fair to Dr. Nkrumah at all. He built and expanded Ghana's airport as a gateway to Africa. And to appreciate him, we have named it to the one who overthrew his government by coup. The Republic Day shouldn't have to be Founders Day. Let's appreciate Dr. Nkrumah and what he did for us as a country. Eric Finn sent us that from Awoshi. More messages coming in. This one from Ankuma Foster. He said, if the IMF is the best way to bounce back the economy, over world market increment and good management, good economic management maybe, let's continue to have the hope from this government. Okay, so let me scroll right to the top and pick some newer messages. And the screen is still buzzing. Good morning. The NPP government seems confused. I'm a staunch NPP member, but this government have really failed the youth. Very pathetic. I'm sorry, Mr. President. My name is Gary Ahmed Donko. Gary, thank you for sending that message. Trisha joins and says, good morning, family. A lot of us voted for the NPP because we believed so much in Akufo-Addo to bring a change. The Bible said we should only believe in God. He has let us all down big time. Now I believe talk is cheap.
I want to hear from Virgin.
Okay,
go up.
Is Virgin on top? Right. Okay. Good morning, Kafui. I really don't understand Ghanaians. We don't like paying taxes, and even e-levy itself is good for us to pay, but we always complain on anything. Okay. Alhaji Dauda says, Dr. for your information, the IMF is only but bringing Ghana's share of the emergency loans to us, of which 100 countries applied for. Good news for Ghana. That's according to Alhaji Dauda from Medina Estate. Mahmudu Ban says, good morning, GTV. When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. What will be his campaign message with a pensive emoji? Messages coming in. Michael says, good morning. I'm in support of what my big man said. A youth being given a seat at the big house of Ghana. It's time we, the youth, have someone who will speak for us in the house, because it's the youth that makes the nation. Michael says so. The screen is still just buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. So I'm trying to get you. Good morning. That's the hashtag we love to see. Thanks for the information and education they give us this morning. Dr. Ojoa Sign was on point. Government should brief us Ghanaians on the true economic situation in the country and elsewhere. People talk anyhow if they don't have information.
You know what is happening? The rains have kept people at home. So they are just chilling, relaxing, and dropping the messages on us.
Is it Ghana beyond aid or Ghana beyond help? Stanley is asking. As for the youth seat, I fear it will fail because it will be hounded by our NPP and NDC. Okay, Alhaji Hamza from Pig Farm. Good morning. We should be truthful and faithful to ourselves in this country and speak the truth. We are where we are now simply because of the NPP's reckless spending, arrogance of the minister, and corruption. CAF. Just imagine the Kenke party was organized because we exited from the IMF. Are you also aware a party was organized because e-levy has been passed? Sometimes you journalists should also call government to order. Hamza is speaking his thoughts. All the president's appointees are incompetent, from ministers to MMDCs to assembly members. Nana Akufo-Addo, this is from Akazabre. Those are your opinions, not the opinions of GBC. Good morning. Do the government work on a daily basis?
Oh,
Trust me, they do.
Big time.
+233. We claim Ghana is poor, but the leaders vastly wealthy. Can't we see where the money is going? Hashtag bring back our money is what +233 is saying. I saw some greens, and I'll just go and try and find more thoughts that you are sharing. Oh, prayer. God help our motherland. Kwesi from Dansoman says, if government is so bent on using COVID and Russia-Ukraine war crisis in the Black Sea area, as Kojo Ponkroma puts it, as excuse, they should show us data from a regression model that clearly shows us to what extent these factors have ravished our economy. The economic management team is woefully incompetent. Kwesi from Dansoman is expressing his views. Good morning, Cafe. I respectfully disagree with the submission on the Ghana Beyond Aid and Vision as the cause of the power that be the West pulling strings that has caused us to go back to the IMF, because it is just the insatiable greed and corruption. Some government appointees stealing the state resources. Simeon is sending a long, lengthy one, and that's how you know you might not get any airtime. Quite a lengthy one he sent us. The president said he has the men. So if he is failing Mother Ghana, he should also just do the honest and resign to save Mother Ghana and this ailing economy. Maybe Charles. Okay, I'm up. Yes, gender empowerment.
Maybe we should bring the women in the team. I don't see too many women on the team. Are there any women on the economic management team?
I never saw.
I haven't seen.
Okay. Here, Alaji Haruna from Ashaiman is reaching us, and he says, "Good morning, Kafu. The president has been misled with wrong rhetoric, like having a party of fish and kinky and getting out of IMF program, and arrogantly chastised the organization. What do we hear today? Government is now seeking support. What a shame. Ekufado should open his eyes." This is Alhaji Haruna speaking from Ashaiman. Here's one. Amankwa says, please, the main issue that economists seek a bailout from the IMF is that if the politicians do invest 60% of our total GDP in the total development, Ghana would continue to seek IMF bailouts. Amankwa sent us that. And of course, your thoughts are still coming through thick and fast. Thank you for sending them. You reserve the right to make your opinions heard, and you also reserve the right to accept responsibility for your comments. So these are your thoughts and not that of GBC CAF.
All right, Toma, man, we made you work. Yeah, lots of messages. And I can see the green things coming through.
Maybe I deserve cola.
I'll give you Coca-Cola.
Thank you.
You're watching GTV Breakfast, and today is day one of the strike of the teachers. 4 teacher unions have downed their tools nationwide. They have declared what they're going to do. So these are the 4 teacher unions are the Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAT, which by the way is an insect, you know, NAT. The Coalition of Concerned Teachers, CCT, the National Association of Graduate Teachers, the Teachers and Education Workers Union. So it follows a June 30 deadline given to government to institute the COLA to avoid any strikes. Takes effect from Monday, July 4th. So they actually started yesterday. We'll be showing you pictures of just children loitering around in their schools, nothing really happening. So this is, I want to find out which school this is. I'll let you know which school it is, but it's a school in Ghana. And so, and as you can see, the infrastructure is nothing to write home about anyway, but the children are not the Apempua Basic A and B, AME Zion School. So that's what you have. Students just basically playing some good ampe. This is the Eastern region. Yeah, I wonder when was the last time Thelma and Valerie played ampe and Maltiti. Yeah. So the children are just basically doing nothing. Students, the teachers are not around. It's pretty sad. And I just wonder how the teachers are going to get this at this time. I just don't think the timing is... Well, Mr. Frimpong says it's right for them, but whether they will get what they deserve or what they want is a whole issue on its own. But moving to another issue, since I have 2 lawyers here, I want some education on the Major Mahama murder case. So a prima facie case has been made against the 14 accused persons, reports the Ghanaian Times. I'll give you some more details and I'll get some education. It will be good for all of us. I remember one of my friends here, David, who is one of the camera guys. You'll never see him because he's behind the camera. He says, the thing was on video. Why are they saying alleged? They saw the guy being attacked. Why alleged? So we'll get some indication on that. So a prima facie case has been made against 14 accused persons. What does that mean, Mr. Frimpong?
Okay, what it means is that, and I should go down to very basic language.
We have you here.
Yeah. You see, when a charge has been laid against you, you know, you go to court and they say you have committed, let's say, robbery. They will read the whole charge to you, the facts of the case they will read to you, and then ask you to plead either guilty or not guilty. When you say you are not guilty, and indeed, in all murder cases, you would not be made to plead not guilty. Guilty. It should always be not guilty, because your life is at stake and the state would have to go deeply into it. After the prosecution, that is the government side that is trying you.
Even when you plead guilty, they will enter a plea of not guilty
in murder cases.
Even when you plead guilty.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They will plead.
Because
they will plead
why? I said I'm not guilty.
Where you are,
even if you plead guilty,
yes, they
in
will
all
enter a plea of
offenses,
not guilty.
when you plead guilty,
but with murder,
so they convict you with murder. It is not easy to say you are guilty and therefore you have to be hanged or something.
Why?
It can be that you didn't know what you were saying, so a proper trial would have exonerated you. Yeah. So in a matter like this, you know, after the prosecution, that is the entity trying you, the police or the attorney general, has completed its case completely, then your lawyers would be made to file something which would indicate that you are supposed to be discharged or exonerated because you have not committed any offense, or the charges are not enough to support whatever they are alleging against you. The evidence that they have brought are not enough to support whatever they are alleging against you. In such a situation, the judge will be made to rule on it, whether he is going to discharge you, and that will be the end of the matter, or that you will be made to put in your defense, which we say to open your defense. In this case, once the court says that there is a prima facie case against them, it means that the prosecution has been able to lay the foundation for a very strong case that you are supposed to answer. So it is not a matter of saying you are guilty, but that there is a huge amount of evidence which has to be deciphered, broken into pieces to see whether indeed you committed offense or not. So at this stage, we are not saying that they've committed offense, but we are saying that it will be too early to truncate the case. We have to hear the case on the merits and see whether indeed they are guilty and therefore liable, or they are innocent.
I asked this question to Dr. Asai a couple of weeks ago, but I want to ask it to you as well. Why has the case taken so long? This chap was killed years ago. Why has there been no conclusion? There was a video. Is it not an open and shut?
No, you see, you are asking a question that goes to jurisprudence. You see, the English system, the law, called the common law, the law that we are following, was imposed upon us by Britain. Their system is different from the civil system, that is the civil law system. Those who had their law from the Roman Empire, France, Germany, name them, Italy, Spain.
There was no
Portugal.
African law. Why are we following Romans?
No, we also have African law in which we have customary law. Even Article 11 of the Constitution recognizes that. But our system is such that it is always very slow. Very, very slow. It can, even America does the same thing.
The Ghanaian system is very slow.
And the entire English system
is slow.
Because even Napoleon Bonaparte said it, that it is better to delay trial that an accused person, an innocent person will not be hanged, rather than make it very good, speed it up, and then only to find that he was innocent. And to that extent, he even said that it is better to free 1,000 criminals than to make an innocent person very good. So it is our system. See, in Ghana, if you want to know, as my colleague is very much interested in land affairs, whether the registration of your land is genuine or not. In a country such as Ghana, you can spend about 1 to about 3 years before the High Court can make a decision on it. Whereas if you were to be in Ivory Coast, a country under the French system, following the Roman law, and we call it the Civil Code, you can easily report such a matter to the police. The police will bring the two of you, produce your land title documents. They will bring somebody from Lands Commission to find out which one is the correct one. And in a matter of 2-3 days, they have resolved the matter. So our system is completely different.
Which one is better?
Which one is better? I'm a Ghanaian. Ghana's one.
Ghana system. But Calf, we should also understand that under Section 46 of the Criminal Offences Act of Ghana, whoever commits murder shall be liable to suffer death.
Okay.
So you have to take it slowly. And when you look at Section 47, it is clear that intentionality must be established.
Okay.
And the prosecution must prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. And because of the intentionality, the establishment of intentionality, you will have to take time and actually and properly connect the accused to the crime.
Okay.
It is not as easy as there is not any video. You should be able to establish intentionality
without any shadow of a doubt.
Without any shadow. And they have the right to raise a reasonable doubt in it. And so that's how come it takes such a long time.
All right. I want us, before we go back into international politics and a little bit of history, because something significant happened yesterday on the 4th of July. It wasn't just Americans celebrating Independence Day. In Rwanda, something of import to Ghanaians was also happening, because the Rwandan President Paul Kagame yesterday conferred the country's National Order of Bravery, which is the Indengabaganizi, on Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho, retired, and Major General Joseph Na Adinkra, retired, for their decision to stay back and save people during the 1994 genocide. A report by the Rwandan daily, The New Times, said the Rwandan president commended both Ghanaian generals for their dedication and commitment and wished them a happy Liberation Day, which the country observes to celebrate the end of the genocide. Rwanda awards a National Order of Bravery to an individual or group of individuals who demonstrate outstanding acts of self-sacrifice to save the lives of others. So, President Kagame said, and I quote, "A genocide produces no heroes, and simply doing one's duty required exceptional courage like these generals did. While most failed the test, these officers did not." And the quote, he said, "The Ghanaian battalion saved countless lives under the most difficult circumstances, and there is no soldier involved who does not carry invisible wounds in the heart to this day. Where others fled or were withdrawn by their governments, leaving Rwandans to their fate, these officers remained and continued to lead their men and women and did what was right to do," the president said. So Anyidoho was the deputy force commander of the Ghanaian contingent, and Adinkra was the former commanding officer of the Ghanaian battalion in the United Nations peacekeeping mission in Rwanda in 1994. They made a decision for the under-resourced and outnumbered forces to stay behind and hold their position to protect thousands of civilians who sought refuge at the UN facilities during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. General Anyidoho said, quote, "At a time when the UN in New York was contemplating the decision to close our mission in view of the deteriorating security situation, I said to myself, as an African general playing a role in the mission, we cannot turn our backs on Rwanda." He then sought and obtained approval from President Rawlings, who was the president at that time, to retain a residual force to assist in addressing the deteriorating security situation in whichever way possible. And then he ends by saying, "I'm therefore privileged to receive this medal on behalf of officers and troops who stood behind me to ensure that together we made humble contributions to assuring peace retained in Rwanda. I dedicate this medal to the heroes who paid the ultimate price and those who bore the scars of sharpened wounds in their bodies." End of quote. And so that's those are pictures you can see of General Anyidoho receiving the award, and then General Adinkra as well, receiving their medals from the president of Rwanda. And this is what they marked on their Liberation Day, which was yesterday. As a Pan-Africanist and a historian, how significant is this?
Yeah, I believe it's not. In fact, I was in South Africa at the University of Cape Town during the 10th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, and speaker after speaker kept praising General Lagarde and other forces for whatever they did to protect life over there. And I'm happy to say today that I got up and challenged them that there was a man, a general, still alive from my country.
Indeed.
Who at the time that United Nations, and at that time, so significantly, the United Nations Under Secretary General for Peacekeeping was Kofi Annan.
Correct.
You know, had decreed that every peacekeeper should leave their country.
Yeah.
Another Ghanaian
said no.
Said no, we are staying without getting instructions from his government.
Exactly.
So I believe that if us Africans believe that the dead are not dead, they are still with us. Wherever Kwame Nkrumah is, he will be laughing in his grave that somebody like Nidoho could behave like him. So I believe that is long overdue. I believe that if soldiers, countries build monuments in memory of those who achieved something on the battlefield, a big monument, in fact, the airport at Rwanda should be named after General Anidoho. In fact, he saved Rwanda. There would have been no Rwanda today but for this man. And you see, Chinua Achebe in his book Things Fall Apart says something that if you say yes strongly, your chi will also say yes. That is your spirit following you. Also say yes. How many times has Ghana sat down to honor and acknowledge people like General Anidoho? And people see him as an ordinary soldier. No, he was not an ordinary soldier.
It's part of the history of Rwanda.
You know, somebody brought a small item that how do you name an airport after the one who overthrew?
Exactly.
I mean, what about General Anidoho? He is one of such persons who deserve acknowledgement like this. And on this occasion, I'll also mention a Ghanaian like Professor Trebi Oleno, one of the most famous scientists ever in the world. I will remember Professor Konote Ahulu, the whole world civil science, and it's a Nobel Prize recipient. Ghanaians don't remember. I will remember General Esken, the first black person ever to have commanded a UN peacekeeping mission. And then Professor Frimpong Boateng, the first black surgeon. You understand? So we have a lot of such people. And let me also go to a person like Ya Asantua, the only person in history was able to hide, protect for security, for heritage, a country's only possession. That's the golden stool. You know, wherever the British, the French, the Germans went, they were able to, and the Spanish and the Portuguese in South America, wherever they went, whatever they targeted, they had. It was only in Ghana that a woman was able to thwart their effort. Even though she lost the war and was sent to Seychelles Island as a disgraced person, she was able to keep the pride of Ashanti very much awake.
No, but I also read that Ashanti said in their minds they did not lose because you people wanted the stool and you didn't get the stool.
So psychologically, it wasn't a defeat.
Exactly, because the stool is still there.
The main thing was they wanted to protect the stool.
Exactly, and the mission was accomplished.
Even though you also said they were defeated because it was after the war that they brought a governor, stationed him in Kumasi, and made sure that the Asantehene would not have power over the Ashanti. So I believe, like the Crimean War, the Russians say they won for some reasons. The English say they won. But this, I'm not talking about Ashanti matter here. I'm talking as a Ghanaian for Ghanaians, that this woman deserves a place in our history.
Definitely so.
Talk about Komila Agbeli Bedema, the man who was able to spearhead the building of our dam. But for him, the dam wouldn't have been built. If you want the details of it, why is it that the whole country doesn't go to read history so that we cherish our own?
Keep fighting for the history to be.
Kafui, I think we should also encourage people to write.
Yes,
they've achieved a lot, and that is why I will encourage people to read Anidoho's book on guns over Kigali. I've read that book several times, and these things that you are saying and everything that Kagame said the other day is captured and catalogued in his book.
Indeed.
So I encourage people to glance over Kigali.
Fantastic, good recommendation. And I feel especially proud. I must make a disclosure here now. The general is my grand uncle.
Oh, that's
yes,
good.
My mother was Miss Anidoho. So my mother's uncle was a general. So I feel very proud.
So then congratulations.
Yeah. I remember I went to pick my kids up from school, and one of them I was asking, "What did you do in school today?" So we did some history. We did Rwanda, and I said, "Do you know that your great grand uncle was in the Ghanaian?"
Yeah.
He said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." I told him. Then he went back to his friends. I said, "Listen, my great grand uncle is part of the history." So we're proud of him as a Ghanaian.
Big credit.
Yes, Major General Anidoho, Major General Adinkra, we're proud of you for the awards that Rwanda have given you. We want to wrap this up just to show you some scenes of wetness in town. So this is what the rain is causing in town. These are today's pictures, nothing historical. So this is, let me see what this part of town is. This is the Shangri-La area. Wow. Wow. Be careful, guys. Be careful. And for those of you who are traveling in public transport, some of the public transport things are actually, this is Shashi Air. Oh, wow, look at Shashi, man. Whoa. Wow. Wow, be careful, people. If you don't have to move, please don't move, you know. I don't know why people insist on driving in conditions like this. You know, it's very dangerous. Wow. Wow. Amazing. More scenes of flooding. This is Fadama. Whoa. It's almost like Venice. Whoa.
And the taxi there.
The taxi is submerged.
Yes.
I hope there's nobody. That car is going down. Oh. Amazing. This is today. This morning, this is a downpour that occurred this morning. Gutters, lots of waste, building on waterways. We have seen our level. Yeah, and now this is another place. This is, was that Choco? Oh boy. Wow. Whoa. Amazing. Look at the person sweeping, trying to sweep. What a fruitless venture. You can't sweep this away anywhere. The river has come to your house. How do you sweep a river away? Yeah, well, you must be seen to be doing something. Wow, people, we have problems. Oh, yeah. And not let nobody come and tell me that it's also happening in Australia, because we hear those comments that the flooding is everywhere. You know, yeah. So all right. So these are pictures. Wow, amazing, gentlemen. Be careful when you're driving back to wherever you're going. Are you going to court today, sir?
Yes.
You are going to court. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Internal audit.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
and your landlord people, tell them to go and read. Dr. Odrerico Drosai is the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, and Mr. Yao Anoche Frimpong is a lawyer and a historian. We'll be looking at the headlines. And up next, our conversations on the PELT Awards. What are they? You will find out pretty soon. You stay. This is GTV Breakfast.
Thanks for staying on Akabwa and Sinasol, easing us perfectly into a conversation on building a healthy competition among state-owned enterprises. And if you've been watching this show for a while, you'd remember that we've had the SIGA boss on the table to talk about the plans to make state-owned enterprises more competitive, more profitable, and more viable. And they are continuing in that step. And because of that drive, they instituted a PELT Awards ceremony. The list of winners have been named. The ceremony has been held. And GBC, putting myself out there before any others come, we ranked 19th on a table of 40 companies. So we can proudly call ourselves one of the 20 best performing state-owned enterprises in the country. And when it comes to all the agencies that fall under the Ministry of Education, we were number 1. GBC, flying high. We beat Graphic big times, but they are brothers and sisters. So PELT Awards is what we are focusing on today. And I have with me Ambassador Edward Boateng, Director General of the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
And right next to him, here is a man who won the coveted CEO prize, and he represents the TDC Development Company Limited. Mr. Samuel Asante is the General Manager in charge of operations. Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, both of you. Ambassador, congratulations to all of us who work with state-owned enterprises for the success of this program, and to you and the team, especially because you led this drive. Was it so important to create this competition, a healthy one, among state-owned enterprises?
Thank you very much, and good morning to the viewers. And I also like to congratulate GBC for coming 19th, and also to TDC. The PELT Awards is actually the initiative of the Minister of Public Enterprise, Honorable Joseph Kujo. I think it's one of the measuring tools that we are using to also help lift up our state entities, which for a long time have not been doing well. The whole idea is that our state enterprises should be contributing at least 30% to GDP. If they were doing well, I think our economy would be doing much, much better. And we believe that creating this competition amongst the leaders of the SOEs would help in a way to also lift up productivity. That's why we've initiated these PELT Awards. It's purely a technical award. We have to make that clear. It's based on the performance contract that these entities sign every year with SIGA. And this year's awards were based on the 2020 performance contract. So other things may be missing, but this one is technical award based on the performance contract that we signed.
Okay, so because Mr. Asante is here, tell us what went into the decision to award the top prize, which was the CEO, very coveted, all these institutions. What made Mr. Asante stand out?
Well, TDC, you know, has been around for over 70 years. And our main business is estate development and management in the Tema acquisition area. When I say the Tema acquisition area, I mean 63 square miles of land was given to this company to manage way back in 1952 by the first president, Sajfo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The vision actually was to create a solid industrial hub in Tema. And to complement that, you needed residential houses, social amenities, institutional, estates, so that as people go to industries to work, they can come home, and then on weekends they can go to church, they can have schools for their kids, and then medical facilities as well. TDC can pride itself that we've executed this mandate very well over this past 70 years. And if you know Tema very well, we've divided Tema into various enclaves. So it starts from Committee 1 up to Committee 26, which is the latest community that we have. And excellence has always been our hallmark. And again, to win this award, the strategy has been that we have ourselves to the set criteria of SIGA. Because if you're writing an exam and you know what the marking scheme is, I think it's only wise that you take that.
I'm glad you mentioned the marking scheme.
Absolutely.
So let's put the league table on the screen so that you can see exactly the order in which the companies came in the ranking. So this is the Public Enterprises League table, and that's how the companies fared. I'm just trying to read some of the winners on the table. The first one is the TDC Development Company Limited, followed by Electricity Company of Ghana, Driver Vehicle and Licensing Authority, Gaming Commission, Ghana Grid Company, Bui Power Authority, National Theatre, Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation, Ghana Civil Aviation, Environmental Protection Agency, Volta River Authority, Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, Ghana Standards Authority, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Ghana Airports Company Limited, Architectural and Engineering Services Limited, Community Water and Sanitation Agency, Ghana Post Company Limited, and Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, occupying 19th position. And like I said, first agency under the Ministry of Information to be in the top 20. We are followed by the Volta Lake Transport Company. So that's the top 20 companies. So GBC, we beat Ghana Gas. We beat all the people who are at the bottom. Ghana Meteo, Ghana Water, beat all of them. Kudos to everyone who works at GBC. But TDC stood tall. What would you say, Mr. Asante, gives you the edge? Already we know that Tema is historically a planned city.
Absolutely.
So you have an edge over other corporations. Yeah. For example, when it comes to the infrastructure, the roads are already demarcated. What should go where?
Yes.
So what gave you the edge?
Well, so maybe that's the legacy that we took over, and we've handled it so well. I mean, let's start from, first of all, we have to give thanks to the Almighty God who gives us the power, to do what we do, especially if you have to reach for the excellence hallmark. You need him in your boat to do that. But beyond that, we have a board that has been put in place, headed by Mr. Kofi Brako, who was the former MP for Tema Central. And he is assisted by, I think it's a 7-member board with various professionals with diverse backgrounds. And they bring their expertise to bear in administering good corporate governance, for the NTC, and assist us in some of the policy decisions that we make. Now, going from there, we also have a solid management team headed by Madam Alice Oforiata, a lawyer and a seasoned professional with over 40 years experience, both international and local. And our management team is made up of experts in various areas. Our core business is development and management of estates. So we have professionals from the built environment, like architects, planners, surveyors, quantity surveyors, and so on. And then they are supported by management team like myself, management staff who have business background like myself. We have finance, we have legal, procurement professionals, all to help our efforts. And like I said earlier, I mean, if you are writing an exam and you are fortunate to have the marking scheme, I think it's only wise that as part of your study strategy, you study according to what would make you pass and pass well. So once SIGA has laid out the criteria for measuring performance of organizations, we actually build that into our business strategy every year. And then we monitor ourselves quarterly, monthly, quarterly, and then semi-annually, and then annually, of course, to see that we are on track. And where there are deviations, we quickly, get back on track. And I think it's as simple as that. That's what has, but the other, piece of solid management practices that we've put in place. For example, we've adopted a balanced scorecard approach to measuring performance. The balanced scorecard will measure the whole spectrum. The 4 quadrangles: your customers, your stakeholders, your operational, and then your learning and environment. And then we've also put into practice very strict KPI regime. And this KPI regime means that every department, starting from the organization itself, and then we come down to every department, and then every individual will have some key measurement indicators, and then you are taxed to that, and then we hold you and we measure that, as we go along. So we make sure that there are very few deviations, and where there are, we whip back into this is what has helped us to achieve what we have achieved.
I mean, it sounds like you're doing some great work.
Yes.
And I know the Tema people will be very happy. Tema to the whole world, Tema to the Riase. TDC winning the top sport. Ambassador, tell us what the marking scheme is. Mr. Santi keeps referring to certain criteria. They say they knew what you were looking for. They tailored the operations to meet those needs. What were those?
Well, there are three main performance indicators, which is the financial and economic, innovation, which we call the dynamic effects, and also management improvement systems. These are the three areas that Mr. Santi keeps referring to as a marking scheme. And this is what the SIGA performance contract is based on. So at the beginning of every year, in fact, the entities that set up this criteria, we don't set it up. We don't set it up. They set it up, we come and we negotiate and we discuss. And then throughout the year, we monitor their performance. So based on that is a weighted average, the performance. We put everything down. So if you look at the weighted score, TDC won with 3.78. So that's what we calculate.
What was the highest mark we were looking for here? What could any company have got as the highest mark?
I think
So
it's 5.
3 out of 5.
Five, yeah.
Okay, so 3.70 is what TDC got
yeah.
to top the league.
3.780.
3.780. Okay.
So I think that's what basically it's based on, and we're hoping that if SEs take these things serious, it will also help improve their productivity. I think despite all the challenges that one may see in other parts of the country, if you go to Tema, at least things work. We don't have these issues of flooding. We don't have a lot of the social issues that we have. They have their own, but that's prevalent in other municipalities as it is, and it's based on the fact that they're adhering to these three indicators.
And I'll come to some of the challenges that the TDC faces in a while. I just want to understand the awards a bit better. The public was not allowed to vote in this matter because you told us earlier that it was a very technical exercise. Explain to us why that was important.
Well, this being the first awards, we had to make sure that we got it correct. And you could not have allowed the public to vote because what would they be voting on? So the next time,
perhaps customer satisfaction.
So, but that also has to be developed. So I think next time, if we add customer satisfaction service, they would set the criteria so that the public know and would all be very much clear on what they are voting on. Because if we had done it this year, I don't think it would have been fair to the entities. So next time we'll look at it, because this is an award that we intend to grow. It's an award that we intend to develop so that it becomes the hallmark of any CEO or any institution that if you want to show that you are performing, at least if you have this sitting on your mantle or in your boardroom, anybody who enters would know that you are doing the right thing. Just like us, or for people in media or in film, the ultimate of any film star, no matter how much money they are making, is to win the Oscars. If you could do any amount of movies, if you don't win the Oscars, it shows that there's still something lacking. We want to develop the pelt to that level. Yes, there are a lot of awards in this country, but we want the pelt to be different. We want the pelt to show innovation. We want the pelt to show financial performance. We want the pelt to show that indeed the management of this company are performing such that if any young student coming out of university or coming out of any tertiary institution would say that this is the company I want to work for based on this criteria. And I think we lack that in this country, where there was a point in time where we had a SEs that people looked up to, that coming out of university that they want to cut their teeth in this company because they know that once you go and work there, it opens the doors to a lot of other avenues. And we hope that PELT can help these institutions achieve some of these objectives.
Right. Sasante, when we come to TDC's performance, a lot of it, like Ambassador has said, is because you've been identified as being excellent in some key thematic areas. And everyone can applaud you for that. But for those who live in Tema, the challenges still are very glaring. Sure. Issues with armed robbery, so security, very rife. The state of even the Tema motorway leading into the dominant area where the TDC operates, and the sewage situation and the fact that from time to time we have those unsightly scenes. On the heels of this award, how are you ensuring that some of those issues which directly affect the lives of those who live in that part of the country are addressed?
Well, thank you, Madam. Yes, I think we leverage on the fact that TDC's business model is quite unique in the sense that it is the only developer that I must say has developed a whole township. You know, other estate developers will develop enclaves, and we have facilitated that. Where we have developed vast lands, we have ceded pieces of that land to developers like Regimanuel, Deftraco, and the rest. But TDC's owner's responsibility is to maintain this whole township that we have developed and segmented into communities. And because it's so vast, definitely it comes with the management of such a vast area comes with some challenges. Like you said, yes. If you mentioned the issue of security, for example, I must say that it only would work with collaboration with other agencies, because it really is not our core business. It's that our core business is to make sure that we have developed the properties and manage them. When it comes to security, yes, we have to liaise with the assembly as the first port of call, because I know that within the assembly is what they have a security committee in there, and they also liaise with the regional RegSec and then up to the national. So TDC's role will be to liaise with the assembly to ensure that whatever security strategies they have is working, and whatever role we can play to make sure that works is what we will do. Beyond that, I think that we are quite limited. Now, when it comes to roads, you know, roads is also the primary responsibility of the assemblies. I mean, we talk about public roads and the maintenance. They have regional engineers, planners, and so on, who ensure that these things are in place. Our roads, our responsibility for the roads within our community. Even that, once we've done the roads within, if you take a committee 20, you know, or committee 5 or committee 12, when we've done the community and we've done the inner roads, even that we hand over to urban roads to maintain, and they add it to the stock of national roads. You know, you talk about the broad highways, the motorway, and so on. That's the responsibility of urban roads and highways and so on. So we can only, you know, cooperate with them to make sure that this is done. I mean, and you talk about the SIWA, it's also of the assembly. You know, the central SIWA systems are administered by the assembly. In Tema, for example, that's the responsibility of the Tema Metropolitan Assembly. The other assemblies that we work with, like the Bong, KKDA, the Jokuku, Krowo, and the rest. So all these are administered by the assemblies and you know, other agencies. TDC can only collaborate with them to ensure that they are in a good state. Thank you.
Ambassador, when it came to the night of the awards, there were the top flyers, but there are also those who are not performing as well. Those who perhaps have not adopted the management practices of the TDC. What's the help that's coming for those companies?
I think from a SIGA standpoint, the first stage is that let's stick to the performance contract. There are 3 indicators: your financial and economic, your innovation, dynamic effects, and also the management. I think if we start on that premise, then it's easy to measure why you're not doing well and what can be done. I think there are some of the entities that sign these contracts, and truth be told, they don't stick to them. They don't stick to them. So I think these awards will also bring out those who are adhering to the performance contract and those who are not. For those who are adhering to the agreement, but because of the lack of resources, because of the lack of probably the requisite human resource, we will work with them, and we are doing that already. So when they bring these things to our attention, we try to resolve them. We cannot come into organizations to do your work for you or to resolve your problems, but if you bring it to our attention, sometimes it's our duty to let the authorities know to work with your ministry, to work with other stakeholders to make sure that you do get the resources. But at least we've set the stage with these 3 indicators, and we're hoping and appealing to the entities to abide by them. I mean, how difficult is it to put your management accounts together?
And file the audited accounts.
And file audited accounts. How difficult is it? At least even for audited accounts, a lot of them give the excuse that the Auditor General has not given us an auditor. Fine. But it's also your responsibility. But management account is in your purview. And as we sit here, a substantial number of SEs are not able to submit their management accounts to the controller. This year, only 47 were able to do so. So it's easy to complain, but we are asking them to take responsibility. We are asking them to be disciplined. We are asking them to take responsibility that this is what we are being paid to do and not to make excuses. I think our SEs were in the past run as people's little shops, corner shops. That has to change, and hopefully with time, people will also be sanctioned. Because when you're put in charge of these organizations, it's not your personal property. People have run the organizations as if it's their personal property in the past. And we are hoping that through the PELT Awards, through some of the interventions we're putting in place, and hopefully sanctions, it will change the process. That's what we're hoping to do at SIGA.
Before we come to the sanctioning regime, let's put the next slide on the screen, and you will quickly see who the award winners were. We have the most innovative SOE, which was picked by the Volta River Authority, the most compliant SOE, Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, SOE of the year, claiming that top spot, and more winners on the day: efficient regulator, Water Resources Commission, most financially sustainable regulator, Food and Drugs Authority, most innovative regulator, Gaming Commission of Ghana, most compliant regulator, Environmental Protection Agency, regulator of the year, Driver Vehicle and Licensing Authority, most digital specified entity, again Driver Vehicle and Licensing Authority, best inter-trading specified entity, Food and Drugs Authority, and the overall specified entity of the year, of course, TDC, picking 2 awards in this list that I have before me. There were other winners on the day, and you'll see all of them on your screen. We are celebrating all the winners for making state-owned enterprises look competitive, and those are the ones who are making a good name for themselves. The Ambassador Edward Boateng, Director General of the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, is at the table with me. Mr. Samuel Asante, General Manager in charge of operations, TDC Development Company Limited, is also at my table. What are your thoughts on what you're hearing us talk about this morning? 0555561034 is our WhatsApp number. We'll be taking a few messages very shortly. And Ambassador, we're talking about those who are performing well and those who are not. So we know from the table that we are aiming for lucky number 5. So 5 gold rings, that's the number that we are seeking for the entities to achieve on the technical table. What is the number that would tell SIGA, for example, that this company needs immediate attention, and so you have to send people, send resources, put extra attention on that company? We see all those who made it to the top 40 making 2.0 plus. What's the number that signals danger for the SOEs?
I think any SOE that's scoring below 2.0 for me signals danger. I think if you hit below 1.5, then it's a no-no, and you know that there is something definitely wrong.
Are some people in that bracket?
There are a lot.
What's the plan for them? I don't want you to mention names.
No, I'm not going to mention names, but I think we, one, the first step is management. I think whether we talk about resources or lack of resources, the first point is management. I think the management have to look within and ask themselves, why are they in this situation? I think in a lot of cases, they put the emphasis on resources. But we all know that where there is a will, there is a way. So I believe that the first step is for us to look at, if you're below 5, for me, is a management issue. It's a management issue. Then after that, we have to look at the resource constraints. There is also a problem. There are some of these entities which are sitting with legacy issues. And I think as a government and also as SIGA, we need to sit with some of the stakeholders, Ministry of Finance, and really write off some of these debts so that they also have a clean slate to perform. Because you cannot be sitting with 20-year legacy issues. For me, those are some of the things that have surprised me. That we have some of these problems which go back as far as 30 years. And I ask myself, how can any institution or any entity perform when they have issues dating back to 30 years? There are some of these entities too that have outlived their usefulness. They are sitting on prime property. They need to be re-engineered.
Are you able to share which ones?
No, I don't think it will be fair. But they need to be re-engineered or sold to the private sector. You know, when we became independent, our human resource capacity in this country was quite small. Today it's quite large. Our access to capital was quite small in the private sector. Today it's quite large. So some of these institutions which were set up 65 years ago, 50 years ago, we also have to ask the question, is it the government's business to be in that space? Even if you go to, I was in China, there are a lot of entities that the government is handing over to the private sector to run because there's less bureaucracy, you know, so they're able to do better. And then there are some of these entities too that were set up with a large mandate. That mandate, we have to relook at some of these mandates and cut them down so that other entities can come into that space. So apart from the management issues, there are also real issues that need to be resolved by the government, need to be resolved by the owners of the business so that we can move forward. And I think that SIGA is going to do that in consultation and in discussion with the ministries, with the entities themselves. But at the end of the day, the government also has to take that firm decision to really offload some of these institutions.
With issues of privatization comes fears of further job losses, which would further compound the unemployment situation. The youth are already complaining that there are not enough jobs to go around. And so the biggest fear for some is the loss of livelihood if some of these entities, which even as they are identified as non-performing or no longer relevant or have outlived their usefulness, they still have staff who are on the government payroll. What's going to happen on that side once you're thinking about privatization and cutting off some of the weight of government? It's also going to be another level of burden for those who have the jobs today, which may be lost to them tomorrow.
I don't think privatization necessarily means job losses. I'm familiar with media, so let me give it as an example. When I came into the media space, we had GBC, we had Graphic, we had GNA, we had New Times. Those were the 4 employers of media in the country.
We beat all of them, just saying.
Well done. But today, there are more media people employed in the private sector than in the public sector, if you aggregate it. There are more private sector employed people in media. So it's a matter of how we open that space. Telecoms industry. There used to be Ghana Telecom. Today, there are more people employed by the private sector in telecoms than in the public sector. So we have to take it industry by industry. Even in places like China, they are offloading more employment onto the private sector because the truth is that they do it better. Government has other responsibilities, social responsibilities. Therefore, there are some businesses that I believe, I ask myself, why is government in this space? It could be done better by another agency. And sometimes the government does not have to offload 100%. So the issue of privatization as it being associated with job losses and unemployment, I really don't accept that. Even if you look at the educational sector, Now I was growing up, we had 3 public universities, KNUST, University of Ghana, and Cape Coast. Today, how many universities do we have in the private sector, and how many people are they employing? So it's a matter of doing it diligently and scientifically so that these losses that we fear do not happen. Again, it's a matter of creating more wealth. The public sector has to create the economic superhighway for more people to ride on, for smaller businesses to grow. That is not happening. The truth be told, the media space, and I use that as an example because I know it, could not have developed had it not been for the infrastructure of GBC that Metro rode on to become what it is today, that Joy FM rode on to become what it is today. We're using that infrastructure. So it's that space that we have to open up. It's bottled up. And we have to be innovative and open it up and not necessarily sit and wait that government should do it. I think when Mr. Asante was talking, he spoke about TDC creating the space for developers like DefTraco, like Reggie Manuel. They are riding on their back. They're also creating jobs. But if TDC decides I'm going to sit and do it, then just DefTraco or Reggie Manuel cannot come in. So we need more of that innovation. So privatization does not necessarily mean job losses, but for me it means efficiency, creating more wealth, more productivity, and that's what we're not doing well. And that's what we at SIGA seek to put more emphasis on.
Right. Mr. Asante, I'll pick your final words. What are the next steps for TDC after winning this? Because next year we'll be aiming to match you and unseat you from the top spot. What happens next for TDC?
I know, I mean, once you win such an award, like, much as it comes with joy and everything, of course, the pressure that comes with it. It's not lost on us. We have already started thinking about that and what we need to do to continue to do the good things we are doing. Of course, consolidate that and then also look at areas where we need to improve. And we are going to do that. In a couple of weeks, we are going to do our mid-year review. And so we will have the opportunity to look at all the various areas of our operations and then hemming, those areas that are sticking out badly, and then also consolidate the good sides. This is an award that we are not going to let go on the platform of the day of the award. We're going to hold on very tightly to it, guard it jealously, and we can only hope that GTV or GBC, will come a bit closer to us. And so we are sure we'll hold on to our position.
Thank you, Mr. Asante. Yes. Ambassador, so league table, if they are top flighters, they are bottom people, are they going on relegation? Who are the companies that are facing relegation? I'll just take your final thoughts on what
the companies that are facing relegation. We need to look at their why are they facing relegation. There are some of these companies that have to perform a social good, a public good. They have to be there. Those ones we have to work to save. The ones that are commercial in nature, maybe we advise government to bring in private partnerships or offload it.
That becomes like Division 2.
No, you don't have to go to Division 2. We will offload you to the private sector and that may bring you back to the top.
Okay.
So that's what we'll do. But we'll work hard with all the entities to make sure that they all come up. And that's why we've initiated these awards. And hopefully, as Mr. Asante said, winning is good, but it's what you do after you've won. But there's no point in winning and then, as Mike Tyson said, falling right to the bottom. So we're hoping that those who've won will strive to stay there, and those who are at the bottom will also strive to move up. And in so doing, it will lift all of us up. Productivity will go up, job creation will go up, wealth creation will go up, and it will make the nation happy. Because as long as our public entities are, to use the word, sick, a lot of them not performing, we'll continue to have the economic challenges. I mean, entities control about 50% of our resources, yet their contribution to GDP is less than 5%. So we have to hold them accountable. We have to hold CEOs accountable. Invariably, we tend to hold politicians accountable, but the bulk of our resources are sitting with people who are below the radar. And that is where the torch needs to be shown. Because, they are below the radar, nobody looks at them, and they are mismanaging our resources. And we are hoping that we can work with these entities through the Port Awards, through the high flyers like TDC, to make sure that all those below the radar, hiding under the table, are lifted up.
Thank you so much for being a part of our morning. Ambassador Edward Boateng is Director General, State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA. Thank you, Ambassador. And next to him, Mr. Samuel Asante, General Manager in charge of Operations, TDC Development Company, which won the top award at this year's PELT Award ceremony, the Public Enterprises League table. So that table you saw on your screen. Congratulations to all the winners. These are the awards that we are seeing on our table. So the SOE of the year, TDC Development Company, and the other one also from the TDC. So Tema people, they stole the show on the night, and we are proud of them. We hope that all of our state enterprises will pull our weight and beat TDC. I'm happy that we are doing this, and GBC also represented strongly on the table, occupying 19th position, first agency under the Ministry of Information. I keep saying we beat Graphic and all those. So we are very happy. Thank you for joining us. The show is far from over. We'll be back after this break. Please stay with us.
Hello again, good morning again. It's still GTV Breakfast and we are live. You can follow us on Twitter on the GBC Ghana. Well, international music sensation and businessman Oluwatosin Ajibade, aka Mr. Easy, has instituted a scholarship scheme to support needy and undergraduate students at the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. We're being joined on the phone lines by Dr. Vincent and Kama Lomote. He's the registrar at the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. And we're going to talk more about this scholarship. Good morning, Mr. Lomote. He joins us via Zoom. Good morning, Mr. Lomote. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Mr. Lomote, tell us a bit about the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. Maybe some of the programs you offer and what's happening currently when it comes to the student population.
Well, thank you very much. This is CKT UTAS, or CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. It's one of the 3 new universities that were established in 2020 May. In case of our university, it was an Act of Parliament, Act 1000, and we have a responsibility to train scientists and technologists. So applied sciences and technology. So that's exactly what we do, running about 39 undergraduate and diploma programs across 7 schools, and then 36 postgraduate programs, including MSc, Master of Philosophy, and Doctor of Philosophy. It is worth noting that this university was carved out of University for Development Studies.
Right. Right, Mr. Lomote, how often does the university encounter students who are unable to fund their studies? Is it quite often?
Well, thank you. It is really, really very often, especially looking at location. You know about regional inequalities. We are far in the Upper East region. And so a lot of students are really, really less endowed, if I'll use that word, instead of needy.
Right. Okay, so now brings me to why we are calling you. Now, let's talk about the Mr. Easy Scholarship Fund. How accessible is this to the students of the of CKT UTAS?
Yeah, thank you. It is very accessible, except that you need to prove that you are really a needy student. It is open to all students from level 100 to 400, and it is through an application process. So you apply, you provide us sufficient information for us to assess your background, and then based on that, you either will get partial or full scholarship.
Right, and how often will the scholarship be? How many people are eligible to get these scholarships in a year? Or to which particular programs?
Good. Mr. Easy had made available.
Mr. Lomote, you have our ears and we can see you. We seem to be having some difficulty there, but we are speaking to the registrar of the university, the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences, and Dr. Vincent and Kama Lomote, and he's telling us about the international scholarship that's by Mr. Easy. It's called the Mr. Easy Scholarship Fund, and he was just about telling us who people are eligible for this and how many people will be given these scholarships in a year. And we lost him there via technology. We are fervently trying to get back to him. In the meantime, you can join all our conversations if you go on our Facebook page. We've had interesting conversations today, so if you go on our Facebook page, you can connect with us, and we are also live on DSTV channel 278 also on Twitter as the GBC Ghana, and we are still talking the Mr. Easy Scholarship Fund. Are you a student at the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences? Do you think you qualify for this? If you're watching us, you should be very attentive, because the registrar is going to tell us how you can get a scholarship. Mr. Vincent, thank you for joining us. We sincerely apologize for that. So we're trying to get back to him. That's Mr. Dr. Vincent and Kamalomuti. He's the registrar at the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. You're still watching GTV Breakfast. We'll be right back.
Close relative, you may not know who is behind the steer. Let's be vigilant and fight against kidnapping.
This message was brought to you by the Public Affairs Directorate of the Ghana Police Service.
The siren. When the siren sounds, know that someone's life is in danger and must be saved. Property is on fire and must be secured. A crime must be stopped. President is coming. Give way. When you hear the siren, pull safely to a stop immediately at the shoulder of the road and stay clear. Look out for the direction from which it is coming. Do not join the convoy or follow immediately. Look carefully. Allow reasonable distance between you and the siren, then pull safely back onto the road and continue your journey. Respect the siren and prevent accidents.
Ago 989 is here. It is your fundamental right to access public information. Do you will request for information? Be bold and visit any public institution and make a request. Put your request into writing. If you're unable to write or disabled, do not worry. Make the request orally and ready to assist you. Decision taken within 14 days. When the information needed is urgent, state the urgency, and the decision shall be taken within 48 hours. When access to information is denied, seek for an internal review from the institution within 30 days. When denied by the head of institution, seek review from the Information Commission When denied by the Commission, appeal to the High Court for judicial review within 21 days after the refusal of application. Remember, right to information ensures democratic inclusion of all citizens. This announcement from the Right to Information Commission. Contact 02046. Email at rticommission@rtic.gov.ph.
It's me, Araba Clean. Where do you go to toilet? In the bush, in the polythene, or in the gutter? If so, stop this practice now, because it is unhygienic and shameful. Open defecation leads to the environment. Flies that perch on exposed feces and later settle on uncovered food contaminate the food with germs. When we eat the food, we get diseases such as cholera, diarrhea, typhoid, and worm infestation. The feces can also wash into the water, which we later drink. Stop open defecation now. Let us encourage the construction and use of household toilets, such as KVIP and water closets. Keep your household toilets neat by regularly cleaning them with disinfectants. Happy hygienic pooping.
Whenever you come across a vacancy, it is advisable to first check the background of the company.
Akosa, why are you going to ceremony? This is my farm. New job? What do they do? And where are they located?
Before leaving for the interview, communicate your destination, the company's number, and any other relevant information to a relative or friend. These information will help the police save you when you are in trouble. Let's be vigilant and fight against kidnapping.
This message was brought to you by the Public Affairs Directorate of the Ghana Police Service.
We are getting back to Dr. Vincent and Kamal Lomote via phone lines. Hello again, Dr. Lomote. Dr. Lomote, hello again. If you can, yes. If you can hear me, you were just telling us how many people will be eligible for the scholarship during a particular year, and then to which programs?
Yeah, exactly. So I was saying that the scholarship is available to 100 students for all programs, all the 39 undergraduate programs, grading students in the university from level 100 to 400 or first year to final year is eligible to apply for the Mr. Easy Student Fund.
Right. Doc, is there a deadline by which the prospective beneficiaries should send in the applications?
Yes, please. For this academic year, the deadline is passed. We have so far administered 50 scholarships already, and there are a few other applications to be considered. So for this year, the deadline is passed, but we have a good number of applicants that we are screening, and so far we have paid the fees of 50 of them.
Wow. Dr. Lomote, do you have an idea when next year's application portal will be open?
Yes, thank you. The portal is already open for next year's admissions.
Right.
And in the advert, we have added that scholarship is available for needy students.
Right. Okay. Then also, where can people go? Where can prospective students go to get more information on this scholarship? Is there a number to call? Is there an active line to follow on social media?
Okay, the first point of call actually is the university's website and the university's social media handles, which the students are very conversant with. And so that is how they can obtain the information. In case they need further explanation, the Office of the Dean of Students is open for them to go and seek further clarification. But basically, all that they need to know is on the university website and on our social media handles.
Right. Lastly, I would also want to know, do you have an idea, Dr. Lomote, why Mr. Easy Scholarship Fund would choose the CK Tedham University? Is there a particular reason? Do you have an idea why?
Well, obviously because of our disadvantaged location. If you want to have an impact with your investment, then you look at where it is needed. So yes, you can compare with other universities, but I can say on authority that those here are critically more needy than those down south or in the middle belt. And so that is what informed his choice of CKT Utah.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Vincent and Kamalomote, and have a great day. We've just been speaking to Dr. Vincent and Kamalomote. He's the registrar at the CK Tedham of Technology and Applied Sciences, and he just joined us to talk more on the Mr. Easy Scholarship Fund. And to prospective students, he says the portal for next year's admissions is already open, and so you go on the university's website and then you can get more information about how to apply, and then 100 students are eligible to all 39 programs at the university. We'll take a break. When we come back, we are going to be speaking to a man who's called the Fanti Manjuju, who has been impacting into the entertainment industry for the past 20 years, and he's a delight. We're about to have an amazing conversation, guys. It's still GTV Breakfast. We'll be right back. I just learned that there's something called, guys, I'm not even going to go there. So my guest is called Fantiman Juju, and he's a lecturer in sound design at the University of Ghana School of Performing Arts. He's also an instrumentalist, and look, he has lots of up his sleeve, and we're going to get to know him. Good morning. Officially welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Thank you, Madam Host.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Fantiman Juju.
Yeah.
Hey, Fantinya.
400%.
Okay, so that's where the Fanti comes in.
Well,
So,
yeah.
okay, so tell us how you came up with the name Fantiman Juju.
Well, it's all about branding. The Juju has been there since birth, let me put it that way, because aunties and uncles, everybody, Juju.
So Juju, like Junior?
Junior and John. And so I had to, meander, put them together. And as far as I'm a musical person, I needed to brand myself. So the Juju has been there for a while. And that was where I was doing all the background stuff, creating for jingles, for stage performances, some short documentary films and all that. So the Juju has been there for that. But I realized that since 2003, I've been creating what I call synoptic music for performances at the School of Performing Arts.
Synoptic music?
Yes, not theme music. And so if I've been doing all this, what stops me from actually dropping my own? And so few people have been talking to me like 10 years ago. Juju, what are you waiting for? The songs, you only come to your office and you play them to us and the masses must hear. And so I said, okay, now let's brand it.
Okay.
And I'm a Fantiman no count because my vibe go from there. Fantiman so your coffee as but challenge you just so but
Fantiman Juju. And that's how the name came up.
Yes, please. Okay. And I think people are loving it.
I'm loving it already. Fantiman Juju.
Fantiman Juju.
How to slow down, You're also a lecturer of sound design.
Yes, madam.
Sound and design.
Design, yes.
Okay, explain it to us, tutor us, lecture us, please.
Yes.
Who is a sound designer?
Okay. Anybody that is into putting together anything sound or audio.
Is it like what we call like a sound engineer?
Well, sound engineering is embedded in sound design. Sound design is bigger. Right. So let me use, is it Kofi Ansah? Yeah, he used to be a Kwanzaa's son.
Right.
A fashion designer, right? So a designer or the design is got to do with two mainstream. The conceptual aspect and then the technical aspect.
Right.
The technical aspect, you need sound engineer, the sound editor, and whatnot. The sound engineer, his job is to mix, to record, to be sure his microphones are working like we have in here.
Right, yeah.
But when you give him, the engineer, a script, that, I have this script, it's a 5-man play. Can you create sound for it for us? He would be found wanting because he doesn't have the ethics of theater experience.
Okay.
Where he can do interpretation and analysis. That is what is in the conceptual aspect. So a designer could be virtual or actual.
Right.
The virtual will be somebody who's gone through a theater school, learned, all about music, dance, drama, and can interpret them in any form. That one, he can actually write about probably an adwa that is being, put together right now as a performance. Somebody can write on it because he knows the history, he knows the customs, the traditions that has to do with it. So on a bigger platform, that is what it is about the design. When a script is given to you, you put flesh on it. It could be a makeup designer, lighting designer, and then sound design has now become like the new birth. It's over 20 years, but in Ghana, it's now springing up bit
gradually
by bit.
Okay.
And so the school thought it wise to actually unearth it so that people can come and learn. So when you come, by the time you finish your level 100, 200, you are okay with your rudiments in music.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be a pianist like Kafri Day. You don't. The only thing is you need to be astute in the music rudiment,
right?
So that you know that this is a chord, this is a minor chord, this is a major chord. How does the minor chord fit into the image you're seeing? The person is crying. You need to be able to break down the mood with probably just a tone or a note. A loud note will be okay, or you want to create suspense. So you need to delve into like analyzing and interpreting it.
So pause. So this is where your student is asking you a question.
Yes.
So in this case, when, for instance, in the cartoons, when there's something bad happening, so no.
Very good.
Is that the job of a sound designer?
Yes, exactly.
Right. So you sort of add a theatrics to the whole thing.
That's it. That is it. Yes, and so you can look at why you love to watch an American movie and watch it again. Sound plays about 70%, and sound is not just the dialogue or the speech. It's like the effect, the silence in it, the music. You can watch an American movie and have about 20 soundtracks or incidental music. When I say incidental music, I mean music that has been specially created, produced for the movie itself. So you ask yourself, how come 20 songs in one film? They are all telling a different mood of the plot. So that is what it is. And if we actually begin looking at it, NAFTI is picking it, like the School of Performance is doing it, the other media schools that are beginning to look at that. So in the next 10 years, I'm expecting Ghanaian movies, both the glamour and then the local to be rich. It's like we haven't gotten there yet. It's like, let's just do it because we have the idea of star system in it. It is Ejako that is in it. Yes, so let's go and watch Ejako. He will make us laugh. But apart from that, the other ones, the effect that is able to bring continuity, transitions, a host of things. Sometimes you even use music to hide your technical, problems.
Definitely.
That the audience might just be enjoying. So all these things, come together into sound designs. But you have to first of all learn anything audio, anything music, because there are two things you're going to marry. You get it? And if you understand audio, it's going to go into frequencies and all that. With my voice right now, I can, as I'm talking to you, I can change this voice to sound very rough for a horror movie or something.
Now?
Yes, I can. Not now, but when I record it, I can use
sound.
Yes, some effects to process it. And so it means that you need to do a lot. And these are the things, the blockbusters movies that we've been enjoying have been going on. For instance, if Tom and Jerry, for instance, when probably Tom is climbing the stairs, climbing, so you ascend it. These are all the, we call it Mickey Mouse and style and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Fatima Njuju, you've been teaching sound design for?
Okay, I got into the teaching 2 years ago, but I've been the brain behind, I used to be a resource person, and then it was introduced that I did my master's in technical theater with sound, and then now they have brought me to teach.
Okay, so for the purposes of people like us who are now hearing that there's this part in the entertainment industry that is probably like going to employ lots of people. Yeah. How do we get this out there for young creatives to know that, look, there's an avenue for you to do this. There's a new genre where there's employment.
Yeah,
how do we get this out there?
Well, let me first of all put it in the mainstream. If you are down with your SS and you want to get this opportunity, you take a BFA form and you will be trained to be a performer, not like a musician, not like a dancer. The School of Performing Arts trains a performer. So in all fields, I can act, I can dance a little. That's not my mainstream, but definitely as far as I'm singing, I have my dancing going on. Yeah. Right. So that is it. I don't know whether the other media schools are running it. They are running sound production, how to handle a microphone, how to handle a cable, but the design has begun at Legon. And probably NAFTI might engage, in that very soon. I don't know.
Right. And so if you learn sound designing, what kind of things can you do in the creative industry?
Beautiful. So I mean, the list is very tall. You can be an editor. You can decide to just, after all that, you want to just go into a media house and be their sound editor. You can work as a media person. You can work as a technical person. Like GBC, you can come and then have intention, because we don't only teach theory, we teach the practical as well. For instance, in my mid-sem exams, students will have to set up, the basic setup. There's a mixer, there's a cable,
studio,
yes, and then you yourself behind the console, you do a 5-minute performance. So if you do speech, you end up in my class to be able to you do a presentation. So you learn to understand the terminologies, the rudiments. So when you come to GBs, you wouldn't be found wanting. I think that is what it's an industry-driven area. Okay,
so how about creative persons and even people not creative persons?
Yes.
For instance, how do I get to you if I want to learn sound engineering? How does T come to you? How do ordinary people come?
Yeah, I'm at the School of Performing Arts 24/7.
Do you teach private lessons?
Well, yes, it depends. It's more or less like a talk. If you want me to come to your house, or if you want us, I don't believe in too much of theory. Right. It must be hands-on. So if you want to, I'll tell you, okay, go get ABCD. So when you come and we go through it, go and practice it, because practice is the thing. Involving yourself is the thing. It's not like me telling you.
Okay, so now let's put the
design,
the lecturers
yes.
banner aside. Now let's come to Fantiman Juju, the musician.
Bless up.
This bless up. So what are you going to do? Like full reggae? Are you going to do dance hall?
Well, honestly, I say I do Ghanaian popular music.
Say that again. Is this a new genre you're going to coin?
Well, I think so.
Ghanaian popular music.
Yes. The reason is that I've realized people, link themselves. I do Afro pop. I do this. I do all. So I can say I do high life. I was born into it. Okay, I would call it the authentic high life and then the big band high life. Right. The palm wine and the big band. I was born into it.
Okay.
All right. And so it comes so easy for me to create a high life song.
Right.
And I love reggae. That is like something that I can also just wake up and boom, I'm doing it. And so as a producer, I don't see myself saying that I do just lovers rock, but that is the main sweet spot, lovers rock. So I can, get access to people like you, discerning listeners. That's it. So I do popular music, Ghanaian popular music.
Ghanaian popular music.
Yes, which from folk to whichever fusion you may think of.
Okay. So do you think you're going to be a threat to other music producers, or you're going to be like a resource channel for them?
Well, I think the latter will do, not a threat.
A resource channel?
Yes, like, trying to break barriers, like creating other things that, it's like, we can do more. And I love the way things are going. For instance, that I'm promoting now. My managers were like, Juju, can you do an Afrobeat version or dancehall? It's already there. I have done that one, and even featured a student lady called Few on it, because I realized she has it. So I'm versatile. I can just, maneuver into bringing any genre that is on, because I'm from Furian Ponce's, era. Right. But I want to be relevant now because of the kind of music that I do. Okay,
so let's see how relevant you'll be, and let's see how receptive Ghanaians will be of Fanti Juju Man, guys. His video is coming up now, and he calls his kind of music Ghana popular music.
That's it.
know why he's called Fantiman Juju? And he has his own genre.
Yeah.
Ghana popular music and we're loving his songs already. Fantiman Juju.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's up your sleeves? What's up your sleeves? I saw you doing some nice skanking in there.
Yeah, that's it. This is what I'm promoting now.
Nice.
And it's on YouTube, on my media handles, Fantiman Juju, and all. And then I've published it. So it's on the streaming platforms. And I only will tell Ghanaians to go get it and let's vibe, because Charlie,
the song is a vibe.
Yes, vibe is vibe, and it's for all the ladies, yeah, the corporates.
Tell me, when you say firebrand?
Yeah, I mean,
what inspired firebrand? Did somebody shock you?
Well, not really, but yeah, it's honestly, it's my best friend, my wife.
Oh,
she's been with me for 12 years and still counting. Today is even her birthday.
Oh, you know, Mrs. Fantiman Juju.
That's it. You know, and
from
the corporate world to the domestic engineering, you know, world, as in being a mother of 3 and still, you know, taking time to, you know, maintain her shape, and not just the shape, but our relationship and all that. And I know there are lots of women like that out there. So Firebrand is that kind of woman. So it's an epitome of song for people like that. And I'm sure you are a firebrand. Do you understand? So go listen. And we are eulogizing. And I tell guys to go get a song and send it to their, you know, their lovers, for them to know how, you know, you hold them.
Nice. We can't wait for more music from your
There's a lot for you guys out there. You understand?
Yeah, man.
There's a lot, yes. There's one that I have to promote, Ghana. It's Ghana, a place to be. It should have come out during the year of return.
Right.
But Charlie, things were not, you know, the best, so I couldn't pick it. But it's in the pipeline.
Okay. So I'm gonna read something off our screens. It's on our screens now. Yeah. It says a message to Fantiman Juju. I'm gonna do this. It says, Fantiman Juju, you're looking great, and I love your song. Very patriotic. And wish Ghanaians can be proactive and accepted for better change. Don't you have a school to teach? And that's from Grace Asiedu from prison headquarters. Ooh. You see, Ghana will love you.
That's it. I think, well, people are talking to me about this. Get your school. We'll see.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see. We just want to get the people and then try to help.
Nice. Okay, so because you've been around for so long and you're teaching in the creative industry, what would be your advice to young musicians coming up, young actors, everybody in the creative process, in the creative industry?
I think so far the vibe is very, very, very interesting. You know, it doesn't matter right now. To be honest, let's be factual. Getting a job is not easy. It's not easy at all. But one thing that I tell students when they visit the School of Performing Arts, you know, like GHS, SS, when they come, I tell them that, look, the best thing that you have is your talent.
Nice.
And over here, we nurture talent into skills. That is what, when you have, nobody can take it from you. It's deaf. So if you have it, if you go to church, go closer to the bandsman, learn something. And that is the only thing that will help you to get trained.
Right.
Because when you get trained, for instance, if you're a musician that you are a trained musician, you can teach and get some money. You can perform, get some money. Somebody can hire you. So it's like it has a bulk package for you. So they have to learn an instrument. And in future, you wouldn't regret learning it.
Learn an instrument. Yeah. Wise words from Fantiman Juju, the lecturer. He's a lecturer of sound design, and he's the latest addition to the Ghanaian music industry, aka Fantiman Juju. Yes. And we are loving him. His song Firebrand is out. Go out, listen to it, share. And he has a message for the men. Send it to your ladies and all your women.
That's it.
Thank you, Fantiman Juju. It's Fantiman Juju on all social media. guys. Yes. So let's share, promote good Ghanaian music. Okay. Also, flood alert, and this is coming in from the Ghana National Fire Service. The Ghana National Service will want to advise the general public to be careful in the wake of this morning's rains. Our officers, men, have been deployed to various locations to offer rescue services to people in distress. Please be reminded of our emergency lines 192-112 or our hotline 030-277-2446. And do not hesitate to call us. The number again is 192-112 030-277-2446. And that's been our show, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Remember, it's raining. Be safe. Use your Google Maps. Be safe out there, guys. Thank you for staying with us. Have a great day. Bye.